Welcome back. I'm certainly glad you could join us today. I thought today we'd just do a painting. It's a lot of fun. So I tell you what, let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. And they'll come across right there. And while they're doing that, come on up here and let me show you what I've got done. I've got my standard old 18 by 24 inch canvas, or you use whatever size you'd like. And I've covered the entire canvas with just a very thin, even coat of the liquid white. The liquid white, as you know, makes the canvas wet and slick, and it allows us to actually blend color right here, rather than working ourselves to death on the palette. So let's start today with our little tiny 2-inch brush, and we'll go into, let's use a beautiful color today. Let's use a little bit of phthalo blue. I like phthalo blue. That's a gorgeous color. Just a little bit on the brush like so. And let's go up in here and start right at the top. And we'll just make some little crisscross strokes, little X's, just like so. Very gentle. There. And you can make this as dark as you want it or as light. It's up to you. There. And just sort of dance it around it. I'm going to leave some little holes open here and there and there and here. All right, maybe we'll have a little water in this one too. Shoot, well, I got that old blue going here. Let's just come right across here, put the indication of a little bit of water down in here. Because anything that we don't want to be water, we'll just paint right over it. We don't care. As you know, we don't make mistakes. We just have happy accidents. So we learn very quickly to live and to enjoy anything that happens here. There. Okay, now then, I'm going to grab another brush. I have several of them going. And with that one, I'm going into a little bit of alizarin crimson. Just a very small amount. Don't need a lot, just a little. Okay, let's go back up here. And in this area, I'm just going to take a little crimson and blend it, like so. Now when you're putting this crimson on, use a very little color. It's very easy to go back and add a little more. But we don't want to set this sky on fire. All we want to do is just put a little pinkish glow in here. Something about like that. Just want it to blend right up into the blue and just disappear. Thought maybe today we'd just do something that's a lot of fun, and I think you'll enjoy it. All right. Okay, now we get to wash the old brush. If you've painted with me before, you know this is the most fun part of the whole procedure. Just shake off the excess and beat the devil out of it. That is a lot of fun. Now then, we'll just take that same old brush, go right into a little bit of the titanium white, just tap it. Very simple little way of making some little clouds here. We'll go right up here, and we'll just tap in some very basic little shapes. I'm not looking for a lot of real distinct clouds. I just want little floaters that live up here in the sky and just have a good time. There, something about like that. Maybe up in here. Just going to dance in a little of the white because I don't want these to be very distinct. These are quiet little clouds today. Sometimes we do clouds that really stand out, but today, just some little floaters. There, now very gently, one hair and some air. Just graze the canvas just enough to blend that together a little bit. And that'll give us an indication, some little clouds that just float around up here in the sky and have a good time. Tell you what, the other day I visited a very good friend who was in the hospital, and he told me he liked mountains. I promised him I'd do a mountain for him. So, Frank, this one's for you. All right, let's take some Prussian blue, some black, some alizarin crimson. I'm gonna put more crimson in there, so it goes sort of to the lavender side. We'll cut off a little roll of paint. It should live right on the edge of the knife there. Let's go up in here. All right, maybe back in here in our world, we'll just put in a very basic little shape. There, we'll have a little ridge of mountains, something like so. There, and I don't want to have a lot of big sharp peaks in this, just a little ridge. There. I spent a little time up in British Columbia a while back, and they have some of the most gorgeous mountains like this. I just absolutely adore them. They're so big, but just huge mountains. Okay, now the only thing we're worried about is this nice edge up here on top. The rest of it, we don't even care at this point. Later on we will. But right now, we really don't care. This brush has got a little paint on it, but it's all right because I'm just going to grab it and pull it down. There, you don't have to clean the brush to do this because all we're doing is removing excess paint and blending it downward. Something about like so. See how that paint moves? Now if the canvas was dry, we'd be in Agony City right about now. That paint just slides right on the liquid white though. Makes it work so easy. Allow the canvas to work, shoot. I'm lazy, I look for easy ways to do things. All right, pull the paint out as flat as we can get it. I'm gonna reach up here and get a little touch of black. I wanna gray it. Be right back, get a little more. There, a little bit of black. Just mix it, but I'm not over mixing it. Maybe I'll even put a little touch of bright red in there. Ooh, that's nice. That's nice, I like that. Flat as you can get it, then cut across and get a little roll of paint. Once again, see, pull it out flat, just a small roll of paint, lives right on the edge of your knife. Okay, let's go up in here. Now, we're going to check out and see how delicate you are. No pressure, just touch it and allow it to glide right down the canvas. No pressure, no pressure. See there, very gentle, very, very gentle, easy. It doesn't take a lot of paint, but it does take a very delicate little touch. There, just gently, gently caress the canvas. There we are, see there? Okay, maybe even over in here, light will strike right in there. You have to decide where you think light would strike on your mountain. Let's take a little, use a little Prussian blue. It's darker than the phthalo blue. Maybe you can put a little black in it. A little black, even touch a little Van Dyke brown in there. Oh, that's good. That's good color. And that will be our shadow color. Once again, leave it sort of marbled. Cut off that little roll of paint, just like we did before. And then we can go back in here and begin picking out little areas that we think are in shadow. And just touch it. Give it a little pull. Very gentle. Very, very gentle. See? No pressure. Absolutely no pressure. Just begin adding in all those little shadow areas. Here's one. Just wherever you think they should be. And we're just going to place shadows and highlights back and forth here. Back and forth and back. There. Something about like so. Alright, see, I'm going to touch a little highlight color. And that easy. You can make all kinds of little things happen. And maybe down in here, yep. Look at there. Maybe it gets a little bigger down here. We don't know. In your world, you create any illusion that you want. Any illusion that you want. Because you can do that here. There we are. Painting is nothing but games of illusion. All right. There comes one. You knew it was there, didn't you? All right. Okay. Now see that little bit of pink here is going to show through when we're done, and it'll look like a little bit of pink-like mist that's sort of floating around the base of this old mountain. Maybe I'll have a big tree over here, so I won't worry too much about that. You know me. I like them old big trees. And chances are, for this is over, we'll do one. There we go. This is an excellent way to practice using the knife. Make mountains. When I was learning to paint with an old knife, I used to take a big old canvas, like 30 by 40 inches. And I'd start at the top of it and start painting mountains. And I'd paint from top to bottom, nothing but mountains. When I got finished, I'd stand back and look at it and decide what was good and what was bad. Then I'd take a big putty knife and scrape it off and go right back and do it again. Because practice, that's what makes perfect. You know the old saying, practice makes perfect. There we are. So I want that to just disappear right down here into the bottom. Just gently float away. Now then, we got that old brush, it's dirty. We'll take a little of that color we was using for shadow color. What the heck, we don't care. It's mostly blue and white. a little black in it. Tap. Maybe back here in our world maybe there's a little foothill that lives way back up here against the mountain. There he comes. Drops down maybe, like that. It doesn't matter. But all you're doing is gently tapping. Gently tapping. Now, take in little tiny strokes, tiny little 1/4 inch high strokes, lift upward. And it'll make it look like little trees that live 1,000,000 miles away. Way back against the base of that old mountain. Let's have another layer. Shoot, that was fun. Take the same colors, only I'm going to make it a touch darker. As things get closer to you in the landscape, as you know, things get darker and darker. That's what helps create the illusion of distance and depth in your painting. Maybe this one comes right out like that. Climbs right up beside the mountain. Little trees that live right up in there. There they go. See them? Isn't that fantastic? There. Now once again, very gently, little short strokes, lift up. Even though this goes up the hill, still lift straight up. Or your trees will look like there's a wind going through there at about 180 miles an hour. Look like a hurricane hit. There, and we don't want that. We want the trees to stand up straight. There we are. Now, same color. Get a little more paint on the brush. While we have that going, let's have us just a happy little reflection. And it lives right down below that, like it. Pull straight down. It's important you pull straight down. Maybe back here is another one. Get a little more color on the brush. There, see? Then go gently across. Barely touch it. Barely touch it. And that easy. That easy. We have instant reflections. A little bit of the liquid white on the knife. Pull it out as flat as you can get it. I'm going to add at least a little touch of bright red to it. Just enough to warm it a little. Go across, get our little edge of paint right out there in the end. And let's put a little water line. Maybe there's one right there. Like so. There's one. If it's too distinct, too bright, just wipe your knife off. Go back over it. The more you rub it, the more it'll go away. Until it just disappears. See there? Now we got a little water line that lives right there at the base of all this. But make these lines basically straight. If they're not straight, it'll look like your water's going to run out of your painting. And that'll bother you. I know sometimes you've looked at paintings and you'd look at the painting and you'd say, something's wrong with that painting, but I don't know what it is. Your logical mind tells you what's wrong with it, even if you don't see it. And sometimes it can be as simple as a water line going up or downhill, and it'll bother you. Okay, let's go back into what we got going here. Let's take some Van Dyke brown. I'll just use that mountain color out with some Prussian blue and black. All those good colors. I want a dark color, but I put some brown in it. Okay, maybe in our world, we got a nice mountain here. Maybe right there. You be the judge. You put it where you want it. Maybe there's a little bump that lives right there. There he is. We just drop him in. Shoot, I tell you what, let's get crazy. Maybe it comes up like this, goes over, goes up. Just let your imagination go. You know, that's one thing that's so fantastic about painting landscapes. There's so many possibilities. If you paint a portrait and you put somebody's eye in the wrong place, chances are they're going to notice it. But if you put a tree in the wrong place or he's got a crook in him, somebody will come along and say, I know that tree. Him and I went to different schools together. Because in nature, everything is just fantastic. And there's trees that are dead and alive and bent and crooked. There. I tell you what, let's just fill that all in while I got it going here. A little more color on the brush. We'll just paint it in. It doesn't matter. Just any old way, any old way. There. Take that same old brush. I'm going to go into a little bit of cad yellow. Get a little touch of blue in there and some sap green. Oh, that's nice. I want more yellow ochre though. Maybe we'll go more into fall colors on this one. Yellow ochre, a little sap green. Let's go right up in here. And back here, far away, we'll put a little grassy area right out here on the hill. Put a little bright red with that too. If we're going to have a little fall color, we want it to shine. Yeah, that's better. That's better. We need a tree. We need some trees. I like to paint big old evergreens. Let's see, Prussian blue, black, some brown, a bunch of crimson, and some sap green. That sounds good. As long as it's dark, it doesn't matter. Okay, let me wipe off the old knife here. Let's grab a fan brush. Okay, we'll load it full of that dark color. A lot of color in the bristles, both sides. Just fill it up. All right, let's go. Here's your bravery test right across that mountain. Right there. And sometimes we make evergreens that we push down, and sometimes we push up. Today, let's push up. Makes those ones that have limbs that lift upward into the sky, and they watch all the birds. And here you could watch that gorgeous mountain in the background. There, I'd like to live right here and be able to see that out my window every day. There we go. Maybe here there's a few little indications of some more little trees that live back in here. And I'm just tapping downward there. Right here. There, push up right there, and we'll make maybe there's a little bigger one here. Once again, just sort of let your imagination go. You put them where you want them. Wherever you want them. Give them a little friend. I think everybody should have a friend. Even a tree. A few more little bushy things, something like that. All right. I'm going to grab another fan brush. I have several of them going. A little bit of the yellows, grab a little sap green, but mostly into the yellow ochre, Indian yellow, and grab a little of that red. But mix color on the brush. There's a lot of things happening on that brush. Now, a nice way to make some little grassy areas, just take the fan brush, give it a little upward push. Use the corner, or you'll get smiley faces or smiley frowns. I guess a smiley frown is a smiley face upside down, huh? I don't know. Do you know what I mean? There. See, just begin putting in some nice little areas here. Something about like that. There. All right. Now then, shoot, tell you what, I want to go back to making trees. I like to make those trees. They're a lot of fun. Go back into our dark color. This is your bravery test. Right there. Big tree. Big tree. There. Here he comes. They live right here in those brushes. All you got to do is just sort of scare them out. Sometimes I like to let a little bit of the stalk show, a little bit of the trunk. There. He's got a little bald spot right there, and I can relate to that. There we go. I'm getting one of those myself. There he comes. Big old tree. There. And we'll separate all these limbs with highlights in a minute. Right now, we're just putting on the base color, or we're painting the back of the tree. We'll come along and paint the front of the tree here in just a second. Okay, a little bit more color. Okay, he needs a friend too, I guess. So we'll give him one. There. See how that'll just help push that mountain way back into the distance. All right. Isn't that fantastic? So there we are. And there's another big old tree. And maybe, you know, when I lived in Alaska, you'd see times when there was a little bit of snow still showing. And snow, it began to snow maybe, and the grass was still there, and little patches of snow. So we'll take that same mountain color. Or maybe in your world, you want this just to be little pieces of land that are showing. It's up to you. You decide. But just like you put the highlights on the mountain, barely touch the canvas and let the paint break. And by break, I mean all these little holes that it has in it. There we are. See all them little holes? And we'll come back and we'll put some grass all the way around those. And let's see, a little bit of the liquid white. We'll take a little yellow ochre, a little touch of that bright red. Ooh, that's a nice color. Be right back. Grab a little crimson and put in there too. All the yellows, crimson, little red. Let's go back. Now then we can come back in here. Boy, that's pretty. That is a pretty color. That's what happens when you mix color on the brush rather than trying to mix little piles of color. You have happy accidents. And those happy accidents turn out to be some of the most fantastic things that can happen. There, just pushing upward. But sort of work in layers. Don't just hit it random. Sort of look at it and decide where all these little rascals live. There, you can use one side of the fan brush to use up all the color, then turn it over, use the other side. There we are. See, just sort of slip them in between these little areas. There we are. All right. Fantastic. There. Every once in a while, if you want to make it go on a little bit easier, add at least a little touch of paint thinner or the liquid white. The liquid white will change your color a little bit. It makes it a little lighter. The paint thinner will keep the color pure. But don't put too much. It takes very, very little of it. Very little. Get a little dark sienna on my brush. I want it to get into a little bit of the browns up here. There. A little bit more. Ooh, I like that. Like that. That's good. Good colors. That reminds me of, as I say, when I used to live in Alaska, there was some of the most gorgeous scenery there. There we are. Okay. Tell you what, let me wipe off the old brush here. And let's come back and, well, guess we need to put a stalk in there, a little tree trunk. We'll take a little bit of the white, a little dark sienna, maybe even a little Van Dyke in there with it. Ooh, that's nice. There, leave it marble, cut off our little roll of paint. Let's go up in here, put us in a little tree trunk. We don't want that little tree to fall over because it don't have no bones in it. There. It's got to have a little skeleton. There we go. Now our big tree. Oh, big tree. This is Papa Tree here. There. Looks like Mama and Papa Tree and all of her children. Could be. Who knows? Who knows? Put a little bit of the liquid white. I'm going to get some sap green. Maybe I'll get a little black too. That'll darken it a little bit more. I like it. I want a dark green color here though. There. Load the brush full of color. Let's go right up in here. Now let's come right along here. And let's just put the indication of some leaves, some highlights on these little rascals. There we are. A few right in here. There they come. Now, our old big trees. Which one's in the front, which one's in the back? Big decision you got to make. I think this one's behind, so we'll do it first. But in your world, maybe you want this one to be the tree in the foreground. It's up to you. Okay, a little paint thinner. I'll add a little yellow ochre to that too, just to change the flavor. There we go. Something about like that. And figure out where all the little limbs are in here and there. Shoot. But isn't that a nice way to make some big old trees? There we go. Scratch in a few sticks and twigs. And we're to the point of having a finished painting. Hope you've enjoyed this one. It's a lot of fun. I'd love to see a photo if you do it, so send me one. From all of us here, happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, I'm glad to see you today. You ready to do another fantastic oil painting with me? Well, let's go and get started here. Tell you what, let's have them graphically put all the colors on the screen that you need to paint along with me. And they'll come across in the same order as I have them on the palette. While they're doing that, let's go on up here. Now I've already covered the canvas with a thin, even coat of the liquid white. It's wet and slick, and it's all ready to go. So let's get started. Thought today let's do just a happy little painting that has a big mountain in it and shoot maybe a little water and all those beautiful things. Let's do it. I'm going to take off today with a 2-inch brush, go into a small amount of the yellow ochre, just a little bit. Tap it into the bristles. Let's go right up here. Now then, maybe right in here, using the little crisscross strokes, we'll lay in a small amount of the yellow ochre. A very, very small amount. Don't get carried away with it. Just a little bit. Okay, now then, without cleaning the brush, I'm going to touch the least little amount of alizarin crimson. Just a very small amount. Okay, and back up here. And here and there, I just want to blend in a little touch of that, just to give it a little bit of warmth. Nice and warm and very soft. There we go. Okay, now I don't want to set this sky on fire. All we want to do is put the least little bit of warm color into it. And maybe we'll throw a little bit of that color right down in this area. We know that's going to be water, so we can just go ahead and throw it in. Okay, let me clean the old brush, scrub it off, shake off the excess, then and just beat the devil out of it. That is really fun. You'll like it. You'll like it. Let's start, same old brush, and we'll go right into the midnight black. Load some color onto the brush. All right, let's go right back up in here. We'll just take a little of that black color, and I'll just sort of, still using little crisscross strokes, just begin making some happy little things in the sky here. There we go. And just make all kinds of little patterns and shapes, and just throw them in. Throw them in. Just let your imagination take you wherever you want to go. This piece of canvas is your world, so you can do anything that you want here. Anything. There we go. While we got that going, I'm going to take a little bit more of the black and put the least little touch of phthalo blue into it. So we have black and blue. Black and blue. That's the way I look after arguing with my wife. There. Okay, we have the bristles all loaded up and ready to go. Now, pull from the outside in. And put a little bit of water right in here. Now, I don't want to cover up all that nice light area in the center. We want to have a little light shining right through this area when we're finished. So don't cover all that up. Pull it from the outside in. There. Okay, now then, let's wash the brush. Got that really beat off there. Now then, back into this light area, and let's just blend the sky out. Let all these little colors just blend together. So you can't tell where one stops and the next one starts. There we go. You know, one of the questions that I get asked quite frequently is, what kind of canvas do I use? I'd recommend you have a canvas that's double primed, 2 coats of primer on it. That way your liquid white will stay wet for an extended period of time. We very rarely ever use the canvas boards because they will absorb your liquid white, and pretty soon you're working on a dry surface. And the other thing is, I use a canvas that has a gray primer on it. That way you can tell exactly where your liquid white is, and you don't have to wonder if an area is covered or not. Okay, let's build us a happy little mountain in here. I'm going to use the midnight black and the phthalo blue. Black and blue. Pull it out very flat, cut across, get that little roll of paint. Okay, let's go up here. Now you have to make a big decision. Where does your big mountain live? Maybe right in here. Shoot, wherever you want him. Just drop him in and make all kinds of little things. The only thing you're worried about is this nice outside edge. you could care less what's happening inside. Just that nice outside edge. All right. And sort of look around. If there's mountains in your area, then that's the kind of shapes that you're probably most familiar with and you ought to put in your painting. If there are no mountains in your area, you can leave the mountains out of these paintings. It's no problem. We just want to show you how to do it. What you do is up to you. Because when you paint, as you know, very rapidly, how to paint becomes easy. That's the easiest part of it. What to paint, that's what's hard. And we get a lot of questions about where do you get all the ideas for your paintings? Believe it or not, a large percentage of the ideas we get are from photographs that people send us or ideas. So if you have something you'd like to see painted on one of the shows, drop me a line and you may see it right here. I'm taking a little bit of the midnight black, titanium white, making a gray color, cut off a little roll of paint. Now then, with that gray color, let's just put some happy little highlights on here. Just grab it, no pressure, no pressure. Just sort of let it bounce and play and have fun. Let the paint break, but no pressure. Most gentle touch imaginable. So let it sort of float across there. No pressure at all. There we go. Tell you what, let's have some fun in this old mountain. We'll take some phthalo blue and alizarin crimson, a little bit of titanium white. So we have blue, crimson, little white, and sort of make a little lavender color. There we go. Don't overmix it. Leave it all marbly like that. Okay, let's take a small edge of the knife and cut off a little roll of paint. Okay, let's go up here. Maybe over in here, we're just going to begin touching and pulling down. This will be the shadow side. Let these little colors just happen. There, look at all the little things. That's what makes it pretty. And, you know, on this piece of canvas, you can have any color combination that you want. Any color. This is your world, and you can make it any way you want it. Painting, to me, represents freedom. I can create the kind of world that I want to see and that I want to be part of. And you can too. Now then, I want to play some more here. I'm going to go right into the dark sienna. Put a little tiny bit of white with some. Cut off that little roll of paint again. Just a tiny little bit on the small edge of the knife. And then right back up in here and just barely touch. Just graze it here and there. This is a time you could use a small knife. It would work very good for this. There. Just wherever you think a little bit of color should show. And you can make it a little brighter in places. Take some of the mountain color and go back. And you can drop in some dark shadow areas. See how you can play with that mountain? Just let some of these colors just work back and forth. Then bring them all together. A lot of fun. Then back to our highlight color. Let it sort of overlap here and there. Okay, now with a clean, dry 2-inch brush, I want to begin misting this. Just tap it, follow the angles in your mountain, and you're just barely tapping. Over here, follow these angles. I want to create the illusion of mist at the base of these. Now, lift upward, very softly, barely caressing the canvas. There we go. See, just barely touching it. And you can soften and bring all that together. This looks like reminds me of a mountain maybe in Arizona, New Mexico, somewhere like that. Beautiful scenery there. And we have so many fantastic friends in that area. Now then, you can begin creating all different planes in your mountain. Just all kinds of beautiful little things. Maybe it's a little dark right there. And just place some of these colors right through there. It's fun to do all these little things. Make you happy. Your friends will never believe that you did that. You'll never believe what you could do till you get in there and try it. One of the earlier shows, we showed you some of the paintings that people are doing all over the country. And it's almost unbelievable the success that people are enjoying. We now have, we have now nearly 120 shows. So out of 120, you can certainly find one that paints an area in where you live. There, look at that. Now then, I'm just going to tap right into a little bit of my lavender color, a little black, a little brown, I'm just mixing up all the mountain colors on the brush. Do it on the brush. Now then, let's go right up in here, and maybe there's some happy little things that just come right down this mountain. Follow the angles in the mountain, though. That's very important. Very important. There we go. And there they come, and come right down this side. There. See, just tap some little things in there. And that helps create the illusion of distance and depth in your painting. Now, very lightly, short, tiny little strokes lift upward. Tiniest little strokes, 1/4 of an inch type. Teeny tiny little strokes. There. See there? Okay, now then with a clean brush, I want to create the illusion of more mist in here. So take a clean brush and begin just tapping that. That way it'll mix with the liquid white and it'll get softer and softer, mistier and mistier. That easy. Okay. See how quiet and far back that looks? Gives you a strong, almighty mountain. Okay, I think we got a nice little mountain back here. So I'm going back to my old dirty brush here. We'll go into some brown. I'm going to pick up some sap green, a little bit of that mountain color, just all the dark colors with some sap green added. Same old mountain colors. The black and the browns. Okay, let's go right in here, and maybe we'll have a happy little foothill. Yep, lives right there. See, just take the corner of the brush and pull straight down, straight down. Just just tap it, pull downward. All you're worried about is the nice top edge. There. Okay, now, we know this is going to be water, so underneath here, I'm going to put what will end up being reflections. Just drop them in. Boy, when I was a traditional painter, these reflections were little son of a guns, used to drive me crazy. But on a wet canvas, reflections are one of the easiest, most fun things that you can do. Now with a clean brush, grab it, pull straight down. It's important that this comes straight down. Straight down. And very lightly go across. You don't want to destroy all these little lines in here. All you want to do is just move them a little bit so it looks like water. Happy little water things happening all back in there. Okay, now then, I'll take a 1-inch brush, go into some black, some sap green. There we go. Just pull it in one direction through there. Load a lot of paint into the bristles. Okay, let's go back up here. Maybe there's all kind of little bushes that live right along the edge of the water here. See, just drop in some basic little shapes to help give the illusion of distance. Let them get smaller as they go back over this way. That will help make it look like they go farther and farther away. And if you happen to hit in the wrong place, maybe down here, for example, all you do is take your brush, pull it down. See there? And that easy, you can create a reflection. You have to remember, we don't make mistakes. We don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents. Okay, I'm going to go into some yellow with a 1-inch brush and some sap green. Yellow and sap green. Also try making greens out of the midnight black and yellow. Beautiful color. One direction. Load a lot of paint. Just go back up here. Now then, I want to come right in here. See here? And just begin putting some little bushes and some little trees that are way back in here. All kinds of happy little things. There's one that's a little more green in it. You can turn the brush over and reflect a little bit of that right into the water. Look at there. That easy. Can add some yellow ochre, Indian yellow. All these little things. There. See, turn it over, tap a little bit right into there. That easy. That easy. Grab it, pull down. Straight down. It's most important is come straight down. Now this is 2 hairs and some air. And then go across. See there? Instant reflections. There we go. Okay. Take the knife and put a little bit of liquid white right out here. And cut across it like that. Go right up in here. And we'll just literally cut in some nice water lines right through there. There we go. Keep those lines basically straight. Basically straight. And you can put as many little ripples on your water as you want. Sort of up to you. Okay. Now then, I'd like to have some big old strong evergreens in here. I like evergreen trees. They're a lot of fun to paint. So we'll take some black, sap green, throw in some blue, looking for a color that looks black. And we might as well mix up a pretty good amount here. Throw in the browns, whatever you have laying around. Okay, let me clean the knife off. Maybe today, tell you what, let's do. Let's use an old 2-inch brush and load it full of paint. You need enough paint in the bristles so that the bristles stick together. Wiggle the brush. Wiggle it, and then sharpen it. So it becomes very sharp. See there? Look how sharp it is. That's a chisel edge. That's what we're looking for. Pull it, get it very sharp. Maybe there is now. There is a happy little evergreen, and he lives right there. Don't be afraid of this brush because it looks big. It'll do unbelievable things for you. Make it your friend. Your brushes need to be your friend. Learn what they will do. Devote some time to practicing. If there's a secret to this or any style of painting, whether it be portraits or florals, landscape, it makes no difference. If there's a secret, it's practice. It's practice. I always liked the story about the great violin player, and he played a concert, and afterwards a lady came up to him and she says, "Oh my gosh," she says, "you're so fantastic." She says, I would give half my life to be able to play like you do." And he looked at her and he said, "I did." So that's all. It's just practice. You can be the best. All you have to do is practice. Devote some time to it. Well, I get to talk in here and trees just appear everywhere. If I talked for a couple more minutes, we'd have a whole canvas full of trees. Tell you what, let's put an almighty tree right there. Big, strong son of a gun. He got a lot of sunlight. There we go. Just drop him in. Isn't that a super way to make some fantastic little evergreens? Or big evergreens in this case. Let him come right on down. Right on down. There we go. See? And another one. There. When you're creating your own world, you have to make big decisions. What lives in your world? Let's have some happy little bushes here. I'll go back on this side. We'll just push in. There he is. There he is. Just a little bush. There we go. maybe. See, all of this, as you probably know already, is going to end up being reflections. That easy. Let's go back to the other side. No, I'm just getting crazy here. Maybe there's a happy little tree and he lives right here. And let's just bring this right on out. There, like that. That's good. That's good. There. And this, you really push it in there. Try not to let the brush slide like that. See the difference? Practice bending the brush. Just bend it. There. And your bushes will be much happier. And if your bushes are happy, you'll be happy. And I sincerely want you to be happy with what you're doing, because that's when it becomes fun. That's what makes it fun. We'll take the dark sienna, a little white, get us a little roll of paint, okay? And we'll put some trunks in these little happy trees back here, just some indications. You're not going to see the entire trunk, so don't worry about it. Scratch in a few things. See there? Well, you can just put all kinds of little doers in there. There we go. Scratch in some trunk ideas and some down in here. We can do the same thing on the other side. There we go. Just some little indications. Same thing. Now these things, most of them will be covered up, but some of them will show through, and people think you spent a week with your little one-haired brush in there. Don't tell them any different. Don't tell them any different. Just enjoy. Okay, now then, I'll go to the 1-inch brush. Use sap green and a little bit of cad yellow. Pull that brush to a nice sharp chisel edge. Very sharp. Okay, let's go back up here. Now then, let's put some nice highlights on some of these trees. Don't overdo. Don't overdo. It's real easy to kill all the dark. It starts working, and you get carried away, and next thing you know, you covered up the whole tree. Don't kill it all. See there? Just sort of work it back and forth where you think a light would strike. Okay, let's go on the other side over here and put some highlights on these old big trees. Let a little sun play through there and sparkle those limbs. You can do it. Okay, this comes right on down. We don't know, wherever you want it to go. A little bit on this, like so. Now then, I'm going to take some more of my yellows, and I'm using 3 different yellows here. Indian yellow, yellow ochre, and a little cad yellow. Pull that brush in one direction. Get it full of paint. Come right up here. Look at there. There it is. Let that just shine out there. There we go. All these little things. Tell you what I'm going to do. We know this is going to be reflection, so let's pull that down. Pull it straight down. And then we can turn right around and reflect some of this into the water. Right into the water. And just put all these happy little things here. And do layers. Layer after layer after layer. And also layer it right into the reflections. Then we'll see if you have a delicate touch. Barely touch. Barely touch. Down and across. Okay, then we'll go into some Van Dyke brown, and we're just touching here, and we'll put in some nice little land areas, little rocks and stones. And we can take some of that gray color we used on the mountains and just barely touch, let it sort of bounce. Just let it bounce along there. Create the illusion of some highlights, and tap in a few little things just to break up that straight edge. Little liquid white, put us in a little water line right here. So that cleans up the bottom, brings it all together. Scratch in a few more little sticks and twigs. And we got it. That easy. Maybe over here, we said there was a nice tree, it lives here. There it is. Just like so. And you pick up a touch of the bright red. Let's put something in there that, oh, there's a nice little orange rascal. See? If you have trouble making your paint stick, add a little bit of paint thinner or a little bit of the liquid white. There we go. And work in layers. I know you get tired of hearing me say that, but it's important. If you don't work in layers, it's going to look flat. I tell you what I want to do here. We'll have a happy little path. So we'll just take Van Dyke brown. Look at that. Look at that. Just Van Dyke brown, a little bit of dark sienna in it. Won't hurt. Sort of nice. Pull it across. And we can take some brown and some white and go back and just barely touch. It's just like making snow break on the mountain. See there? And that easy, we have a happy little path. Drop in all these little things around his foots. There we go. Now we'll push that path right back in. Look at there. Now you don't know where the path goes. Isn't that super? He just sort of disappears back here. You'd wander around, go up his path to catch that big old fish that lives in there. Just like that. Okay. Well, now, scratch in a few more sticks and twigs wherever you think they ought to live. And I think we'll sign this one and call it finished. I'll dip my brush right into a little bit of the liquid clear, go through some bright red, and let's sign it right here. The old clock on the wall is telling me it's time to leave you for this week, so I certainly hope you've enjoyed this painting. Until next time, from all of us here, happy painting. God bless. Welcome back. Certainly glad you could join me today. And today, I'd like to introduce you to some little friends that I have with me. This is 4 little chimney sweeps, and they're just sort of hanging right here on my shirt. These are the cutest little devils, and they live in chimneys. Ooh, they got one that's hungry here. And a lot of people hear them in their chimney, but not too often do you get a chance to see them. And believe it or not, in this mess of birds here, there are 4 of them. There's one hidden under there, and they're little babies. Just a couple of weeks old. I thought you might enjoy seeing these. I borrowed these from Diana Schaefer, the bird lady here in Muncie, to show you. So I tell you what, let's have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me today. And while they're doing that, I'll see if I can get these rascals off my shirt, and we'll get started here. This is like pulling leeches off, so we'll just take them right off. They have unbelievable little claws. Come on. There we go. Here's one. Yeah. There we are. Let's say you don't have to worry about them falling. All right. There. Okay. Today I have my standard old 18 by 24 inch canvas up here. This is a triple primed canvas, so it's all ready to go, and I've covered it with a nice thin even coat of the liquid white, so it's wet and slick, and we can get started. They think it's time to eat. Let's have some fun today. Let's start out today with a little touch of the cad yellow. Just a small amount on the brush. Just sort of tap the bristles into it so you get a little tiny bit. We don't want to overload it, just a little bit. Okay, let's go right up here. And this is such a fantastic day. Let's do just a beautiful, happy little painting. Put a little tiny bit of this yellow into the sky. Just a small amount. Just somewhere right along in there. Now then, without cleaning the brush, I want to add a little touch of the yellow ochre. And we'll put a little touch of that in there. Just let them blend together. Just happy little colors. They make you feel good. They're nice and bright, warm colors. Now then, maybe, but still without cleaning the brush, because I'm lazy. I look for easy ways to do things. A little of the alizarin crimson, just a small amount. And right down in here, we'll just add a little touch of crimson. And we're just making little crisscross strokes, little X's. That's all there is to it. And just allow these colors to blend together. Just blend right together. Maybe even a little bit of that crimson up in here, wherever you want it. Just sort of look around and decide where you think it should live in your painting. Hope you enjoy the little birds and stuff that we show on the program. I'm such a fanatic for God's little creatures that I like to share those with you. There we are. Now then, maybe we have a little light spot right here. So I tell you what, maybe I'll just take my finger and take a little touch of that crimson. Just a very small amount of paint. It will just put the indication of a little sun up in there. We can take the big brush and blend it. And this will soften it to any degree of lightness or darkness that you want. You can just soften it until it goes away if you want to. We want to keep a little tiny bit of it there, just enough that there's a little indication. Now then, put some little clouds up there. And for that, I'm going to take some alizarin crimson and a touch, just a touch, of the phthalo blue. Now the phthalo blue is many, many times stronger than the crimson, so proportionately we're using much, much more crimson than we are blue. Be very careful. That blue is so strong, it'll eat up your whole world in a heartbeat. Now we just take the old large brush. I still haven't cleaned it. Still haven't cleaned it. Just tap a little color into it. Now then, maybe up in here live some nice, just happy little stringy clouds across here. Now if you was to use blue by itself to do this, and you touch the yellow, oh my gosh, well you know what had happened. You'd have bright green. And in this particular painting, I'm not looking for a green sky. So by using this lavender color, when we hit the yellow, the worst that can happen is it turns a beautiful brownish color. And that's okay. We can live with that today. Maybe there's one right in here. You have to make big decisions though. Where does your little clouds live? They just float around and have fun all day. There's another one. As many or as few as you want. Let's go to the other side over here. We'll have a few coming in here. Little stringy clouds. There. We just sort of stair step this one. Maybe it comes right on down. Might go right up to the sun there. Just right up to it. Now then. And a little bit right along here. This will be our horizon, right along in this area. So we just put a little color right in, wherever you want it. Okay, now at long last we'll wash the brush. And we wash our brush with odorless thinner. Shake off the excess. And then just beat the devil out of it. That's the most fun part of this whole technique. You take out all your frustrations and hostilities. Be sure your brush is good and dry and barely touching, 3 hairs and some air. Just gently blend the sky. And you blend it to any degree of softness that you want. You can continue to blend it until it's just as soft as velvet, or you can leave it quite strong. It's up to you. It's up to you. Painting is a very individual thing. So you have to make big decisions in your world. There. Now then, tell you what, let's take that same color. We'll just add a little bit more to the 2-inch brush. Same old brush, just a little bit of color. Maybe back in here, somewhere in here, maybe there's a happy little hill that lives back here. I want it almost the same color as the sky. Very soft, very subdued. It's far away. It's far, far away. Don't let it get too strong on you or it'll stand out. We want this to be way off in the distance somewhere. Far away, far, far away. There, that's all you need. Now, there we are. You ever see our camera crew? There. Now we can soften that until it just sets way back here. Now then, let's have maybe some little grassy areas in there. Shoot. We'll just use that same color. I'm going to add a little Van Dyke brown to it, maybe a little black. Just want to darken it up a little bit. But the same lavender color with a little Van Dyke, a little black mixed. Just so it's darker. And let's begin tapping in some basic little shapes here. Maybe there's a little hill, lives right there. Shoot, maybe it comes down. Just make a decision. You have unlimited power here. You can create any illusion that you can conceive in your mind. So just allow that to happen. Allow it to happen. There we are. Begin thinking about where you want all these little things to live. See, now you can see how distant that hill looks. It really doesn't show up well till you put something in front of it. There. And we're always playing darks against light, lights against dark, continually. Continually. The finest paint made can only capture a small portion of light. So we have to work with illusions. And when you paint, you play, once again, lights against dark, darks against light. There we go. There. Okay, so that quickly we have some background filled in here. And you could really just wipe this on. This is just a super way to practice. You could put this on with a paint roller. All we're doing is just blocking in some basic color here. There. Okay, same old brush. I'm not even going to clean it. I'm going to go right down here, pick up a little bit of the yellow, a little yellow ochre, a little Indian yellow. Here and there we'll get the least little touch of the bright red. Not much, not much. Maybe I'll be right back. Get a little touch of the dark sienna here, just a dull little, so it's not too bright. Little touch of sap green too. Ooh, that's getting nice. But by loading it on the brush and mixing color on the brush, in this brush now we have a multitude of colors happening. It's not one flat old dead color. And you push that brush, give it a little push, and that loads paint right on the end of the bristles. And with that, then we can go up here and very lightly begin tapping in some beautiful little grassy hills. Start in the area that's farthest away from you and work forward, 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 always coming forward. There. Now maybe, watch here. See, maybe it comes right down. See now, you created a different plane there. That's simple. That's simple. What power you have. There we go. And I'm just going to vary these same colors back and forth. A little darker there, a little more of the sap green. But just vary them back and forth and back. There we go. But now, the lay of the land begins to become very important. So begin thinking about how the land flows. The little hills and the valleys and all these beautiful little things in here. All you're doing is tapping. And the more you tap, the softer it becomes. You can hear the little birds in the background there. Yeah, they just chirping and having a good time. Yeah. There's something else. Something else. In the last series, we showed a baby owl. And later on in this series, I'm going to show you what he grew up to be. Because he's a big owl now. There. But see, just layer after layer after layer, and as many and as few as you want. Now sometimes, you get excited and you see nice things here. Maybe you want to show, I'm taking a little bit of the just straight titanium white. Maybe you want to show a little light zinging through here, so just add a little white to your brush, and where you think light would hit, just tap a little in there. But don't overdo. If you overdo, then it loses its effectiveness. It's effective only because there's a small amount of it. It's like gold. If everybody had a lot of gold, it wouldn't be worth anything. So treasure these little things. Don't use them. Don't use them all up. They're good friends. Okay. Tell you what, shoot. That's such a nice place there. Bet there'd be a beautiful place to have just a happy little pond. I just take another 2-inch brush, and I have several of each brush going, so I don't have to continually wash brushes. I'm going to add a little touch of the phthalo blue. And maybe I have to make a decision. Maybe we have a little tiny body of water here, way back here. Pull it straight down, just straight down. And don't worry about this. If there's something here that you don't want or don't like, all you have to do is cover it up. But see how beautiful that is with that lavender that's underneath that mixes with it? Don't fight these things. Allow them to happen. It can be some of the most beautiful effects. Now, very lightly, go across. Just enough to give it a sheen or a watery appearance. That's all it takes. Now, maybe back in here, let's take a little white, a little dark sienna. Like so, just white and dark sienna. Pull it out as flat as you can get it, but leave it marble so there's a lot of colors happening. Pull across, get our tiny little roll of paint right on the edge of the knife. And maybe there's a little bit of land back here. Just a little. And all I'm doing is scrubbing. Just really scrub it in. There. Okay. All right. Now, maybe our land continues. Get a little more of the brown, a little black, a little alizarin crimson, and a little touch of blue, all the same colors again. Maybe, this is a very small little pond here, so maybe, let's have it come right along here. So not much of it shows. We just want an indication. There's a place back here where all the creatures can go to get a little drink. There. Okay. But this again puts another plane in the painting, and each one of these planes helps create that illusion of depth and distance. And to me, that's very, very desirable in a painting. There we go. Tell you what, let's take a little dark sienna and white. We'll just use that same old brush, leave whatever's on there with it. Maybe we can just put some of this color on like that. But look at all the beautiful colors that happen because you don't clean the brush. If you cleaned it and started with fresh color, you'd have one dead old color. As it is, you're picking up everything that's there and it's all mixing together. And just beautiful things are happening. Okay. Now then, go back to this brush. It has the yellows and the greens on it. Tap in a little bit of color. Just tap, give it that little push. See how that loads the end of those bristles? Most important. There we go. It's surprising. Little ponds like this, sometimes just the fishing here can be fantastic. When I was a kid, I used to fish in little ponds like this all over Florida. Caught some pretty nice fish. I remember when I was only about 9 or 10 years old, I was looking for some fish bait one day, and one of the big guys in the neighborhood told me that the larvae out of a wasp nest makes beautiful fish bait, which it does, it does. So I said, well, I don't know how to catch them. So this guy told me, he says, now, if you want to get a wasp nest to get the little larvae out for fish bait, what you do is find a big one, and then you take a pole and you sock it, and when it falls down, you run and grab it. But in the meantime, all these wasps are going to come. So if you stand real still like a tree, they'll think you're a tree and they won't bother you. But at 9 years old, it made sense to me. So I went out and got a big pole and I knocked the biggest wasp nest in town down and stood real still. And these wasps used my face for an aircraft carrier. They came in like jets. And my eyes literally swelled shut. I spent days in the bed. Didn't do any fishing for a long time. So if anybody tells you that, don't believe it. If you're going to knock a wasp nest down, you run. There we go. That looked like a little road there. So let's just put something on this side. That easy. And we're using the same old colors, crimson and brown, a little touch of the blue. All we're doing is just applying a dark color. So when we put a lighter color on there, it'll show. Have to have dark in order to show light. While we got that going, tell you what, I see something else here. I see something else. Same old colors. Maybe right in here. We're still using this old brush. Maybe there lives in here. Oh, boy, there does now. Maybe there lives in here a big tree. Just a nice tree, friendly tree. There we go. And I'm just using the corner of the brush and just tapping in here a very basic little shape. I'm not looking for any detail at this point. In a minute we'll find some details in it. But right now we're just looking for a nice tree shape, someplace for that little noisy bird to stay. There we are. Okay, and maybe it comes right on down here. We don't know. Maybe there's a nice little bush lives here. Whatever you want. Just have to make a decision and drop it in. Okay. Now then, I'm going to take some of the liquid white, put it out here. Take a little yellow ochre, a little dark sienna. Not much, just a little. Maybe a little more of the dark sienna. Mix it all up. There, now this is very thin paint. Let me clean my knife. We'll take our liner brush. We'll go into some paint thinner. I'm going to go into Van Dyke Brown. Let me get a little more thinner. We want this to be very thin paint. So we load the bristles full of Van Dyke brown. Okay, now I'm going to just go right down here. Now take where we have this liquid white with color in it, pull one side of it only through. So you have a light side and a dark side, see? Now, let's go up in here and let's build us a trunk in there. That's all. We'll put a little more color, a little of the dark, a little of the light. You have to be careful that your light's always on the same side. And get nervous. Let it wiggle and jiggle and have fun. Shoot. Put some character in that tree. Don't just make an old straight tree. These are so much more interesting when they have some shape and gnarly. I like that word, gnarly. There. Now then, tell you what, shoot. We've used this old 2-inch brush so much. Let's just add a little bit of green. That's sap green, little cad yellow, little yellow ochre, Indian yellow, whatever you got there. Tap a little color into it. Now the yellow paint is thinner than the other colors. We intentionally make that to a thinner consistency so it'll stick, because yellow is nearly always the highlight color. Now using just the corner of this big old 2-inch brush, you can begin placing in all kinds of beautiful little leaf indications. Think about form and shape. It's most important. Don't just throw them in at random. There we go. See? But that easy. Using a big old brush, shoot, you can make a beautiful tree. Beautiful tree. I'm going into a little yellow ochre. Maybe in here, there's another little bush. Pick out a few little individual things. There. Add a touch of the bright red to it, sparkle it up a little. There we go. Maybe he's got a little friend that lives over here, named Clyde, or whatever. A little more yellow there, then it'll stand out. There he is, see? Just changing the color a little, and then you have layer after layer of bushes. That easy. Shoot. Maybe there's a little bush lives right here. There, okay, good. Take the point of the knife and just scrape through. Put in a few little sticks and twigs. I tell you what. That's such a beautiful little place. We're to have a little house there. Let's build a little house. Maybe the little house, here's the roof coming right here. I scrape it out first. That sort of helps you lay it out like so. Maybe it's a porch. If you're on a porch, all you gotta do is pull out. Down, out. House gonna live right there. And we're not committed yet. All we're doing is just putting in a basic idea. There. See? But it lays out your whole cabin, and at the same time, it allows you to remove some of that excess paint. I'm going to take a little white, a little touch of phthalo blue, a little touch of black. Just a little, like so. Okay, let's build us a roof on there. Get our little roll of paint. Here's a little trick. Outline it first with a knife. And then when you come down, then you have a nice straight edge. Like so. Just let it go. It's an old house here. Maybe this is someplace in the deep south. I was born and raised in Florida. So I like these southern scenes. Let's just put an old southern type house there. It's old too. I mean, it's seen its better day. A little bit over here on this side. Like so. Now then, maybe this old house, maybe it has like a screen porch on it. So that just sort of looks dark. Just sort of looks dark. The old porch. There we are. Now let's take white, least little touch of black in it. Then a little touch of dark sienna, just to dull it down real nice. Okay, now then over here, we need just a touch more of the sienna in there so it shows up a little better. There we go. Very nice. There. Okay, and there'd be a little shadow, a little brown under here, just to create a little shadow. Maybe a little bit running right down there. Now we'll take that same color and add a little white to it, so it'll be a little bit brighter. And underneath our porch out here, P, there. There we go. Just let that slide right down through there. And we can take a little brown and just put the indication here and there of some nice boards. And maybe you can make out here and there a few little things. A little rail that runs right along here. Okay. Now then, a little bit more of the sienna. I want this edge where they come together here to be a little darker so it shows. There, and just pull it down so it blends right in. Okay. Now then, let's go back to old big brush. The bushes here are growing up. This guy cuts grass like I do, which aren't too good. I'm not a very good lawn keeper. So we'll just have a few bushes growing up around his old house. Like so. And sometimes you can just get crazy here. Maybe, tell you what, maybe take a little brown. Maybe there's what remains of an old fence. And then maybe I'll have it starting right there. Doop, doop. Just goes right along the road here. Because if you had a beautiful pond like that, there'd probably be a trout in there. And everybody'd be after your trout, a little brown and white. So we'll put up a little fence to keep them out. There, a little highlight on it. Now right through the liquid white, and let's just take and use the heel of the knife and cut in the indication of a little bit of wire. How many strands you want? 2, 3, 10, it's up to you. That easy, you can just drop them in. No problem at all. A little bit of color, come right down in here, put a little grass at the foots of these. Now we can take our big brush, blend that little path right in, just the way we want it. Now, over on this side here, we need a little bit of grassy things. Same greens and stuff, and we'll tap in just a few little things. There we are. This sort of reminds me, though, of a place I grew up in Florida, because it was very quiet, had a few hills. There are a few places in Florida that have a few little hills. When we were kids, we thought those were mountains. Years later, I never suspected I'd end up living in Alaska and see some of the most beautiful mountains in the world. Okay. I'll tell you what, I think we about have a finished painting. Take a little bit of thinner, a little touch of the bright red, and we'll sign this one. I hope you've enjoyed it. And once again, I hope you enjoyed the little critters that we had on the beginning of the show. I certainly enjoy bringing them to you. So from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting and God bless. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. It's a fantastic day here, and I hope it is wherever you're at. So I tell you what, let's start right on it today. Let's have them run all the colors across the screen. They'll come out right about there that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've got done already. Today I have my standard old canvas up. I'm using an 18 by 24 inch, but you use whatever size is convenient. And I've covered the entire canvas with a very thin coat of liquid white. So it's all wet and ready to go. And thought we'd just tell you what, let's do a little winter scene today, something that's cold. Make you have to put your coat on. We'll start out with a little 2-inch brush and a little bit of Prussian blue. Little Prussian blue. Let's go right up in here. We'll just start right at the top, making little X's, little crisscross strokes. There we go. Just little X's. There, a little more of the color. We start at the top of the canvas, making our little crisscross strokes and work downward. That way, it's continually mixing with the liquid white that's on the canvas. And as you work down in this direction, then it gets lighter and lighter in value automatically. You don't have to do a thing. And that's exactly what we're looking for when we paint a landscape. We want it to get lighter toward the horizon. All right, something about like that. And we can just take a little blue and put down here. I want to paint some snow today. So anything we put down here, it'll just end up being shadows in the snow. We don't even care. Don't even care. All right. If you've painted with me before, you know the most fun part of this whole technique is washing the brush. So let's do that. We wash our brush with odorless paint thinner. We just shake off the excess and then cover the whole studio. All right. Maybe in our world, maybe there's a happy little cloud floating around. So let's make a little cloud. Take the 2-inch brush and I'm just going to tap it right into a little bit of the titanium white. And notice that we're just tapping the one corner basically, like so, okay? Then we go up here and let's just tap in just a basic indication. Just tap. Doodle-doo-doo-doo-doo. That's all there is to it. Something about like that. We don't really care. In our world, we can do anything that we want to do. So if we want a happy little cloud, that easy, we'll just drop one in. All right. Let me grab a clean brush. I have several going. Now this is a clean 2-inch brush, and I'm just going to gently just stir it up a little bit. Something about like that. And that easy. We got a little cloud in our world, and we can wash our brush again. Actually, I'm just looking for an excuse to wash the brush. There. All right. Tell you what. Today, let's make a little mountain. I like mountains. They're a lot of fun to paint. They'll give you a lot of practice with all the equipment. Take some midnight black, some Prussian blue, a little alizarin crimson. We'll mix those together. Let's throw some Van Dyke brown in there too. What the heck? As long as it's dark. Okay, now cut off a little roll of paint. See, it lives right out there on the end of the knife. Let's go up in here. Your first major decision. There it is. You have to decide where the old mountain lives in your world and what his basic shape is. Well, we don't care. Mountains grow in all sizes and shapes. It's really up to you. It's really up to you. If you live in an area where there's a lot of mountains, you can just take a look-see out the window and get an idea. And if you don't, there's millions of books that have beautiful, beautiful photographs of mountains from all over the world. And when you're creating your own world, you make a mountain that you like. All right, gonna take the 2-inch brush, grab that paint firmly, and pull it. Just pull it. We want to remove excess paint, and we want to blend the base of the mountain out so it gets softer and softer down toward the bottom. Something about like that. And that's all we're looking for. All right, let's put some snow on that mountain. Shoot, it's cold. Whew. We need a little bit of snow. Pull the paint out as flat as you can get it. Cut across, get a little roll of paint. It's most important you have a little roll of paint. All right, now with no pressure whatsoever. Just let it glide right down there. And I'll tell you a little secret. It's much easier to do fast than it is slow. If you go real slow and timid, you have a tendency to put too much pressure. Do it. Just do it. That really and truly works better. I don't know why, but even when we're training instructors, we make them paint very, very fast sometimes. And when they first start, you wouldn't believe they're nervous as they can be. And then all of a sudden they find out that if they paint fast, it works better than when they go slow. Try it both ways. Any way that you can make it work is absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect. There. Maybe this old mountain, maybe it just comes right around like that. I don't know. Let's take a little white, a little bit of the Prussian blue, mix it together. Just white and Prussian blue. We're going to make a shadow color. There. That's not too bad. That's better. You just keep on till you get it the way you want it. A little roll of paint, once again. Then we can go up in here and we begin picking out these little shadows. They live right in here. Right in here. See? Just let them go. Once again, no pressure on the knife though. Just let it touch the canvas. Just let it touch. It'll pull off what it wants. Give you back what's left. There. See? Just barely let it graze. There. Something like that. All right. And you can go back, pick up a little white, and begin putting in more details. You can do this until you make just a fantastic mountain. Practice with mountains. It teaches you how to use the knife. And if you can use this knife properly, shoot, you can do entire paintings using nothing but the knife. Yeah. Some of the earlier series, we did a couple of paintings like that. It's a little bit slower, and it's hard to do in the time frame that we have. But you actually can paint the entire painting using nothing but the knife. Now I'm tapping the base, but I'm following those angles. Now I'm going to lift upward, still following those same angles. All right. I want this to sort of look like it's rounded a little. So we'll just do that. Tap it. See? Just put it in. There. A little bit over in here. Shoot, we're in business. That easy. Okay. That wasn't so bad, was it? Let's take, we'll use that mountain color. Here's some, a little bit of white with it. Whatever we got, and it doesn't matter. Because, we don't make mistakes. We just have happy accidents. So anything that happens here is wonderful. It's absolutely wonderful. All right. So I'm going to add a little more blue to that. Oh, I like that now. I'm looking for a color just like that. Let me wipe off the knife. And we'll take, there's one's not too dirty, 2-inch brush. Sometimes we avoid these big brushes because they're so big. But them rascals will do just marvelous things if you just give them a chance. All right, let's go right up in here. Maybe there's a little foothill it lives. Where does it live? Right there. You decide. I'm using just the corner of the brush. Just the corner is all you need. And we can sort of pull it downward. Just pull downward. Got to make those little noises. All right, maybe it comes there. Something about like that. Right along in there. Okay. And you can add just a little more here and there to break it up a little bit. See there? That easy though. We can make the indication, and that's all we're looking for. It's just an indication of little distant trees live far, far away. All right. Now, fun time. Let's put a little snow in here. We'll go back to our 2-inch brush. I like these old 2-inch brushes. They really do marvelous things. Okay, load it full of paint. I'm really putting a lot of paint in it. Now, big decision time. Where does the snow live in your painting? Just make a decision. It lives right there in our world. Right there. Just put it in. Snow is so easy to paint when you use a big brush. Look at there. Already we have a whole field of snow. Did you ever think painting that much snow would be so easy? It is. Look at that. I like that. Now, let's clear us off a little spot to work. I want to paint a big tree. You know me. I like in big trees. I'm going to take black, Prussian blue. I get letters sometimes from people in crimson. Get letters from people sometimes say, oh, you had a beautiful painting there and you put that miserable tree in it. Once again, painting is such an individual thing. When you're doing yours, if you don't want a big tree in it, leave it out. It will probably be better than mine anyway if we do. But experiment. Take a chance once in a while. Let's take an old 2-inch brush. I'm going to pull it until it comes to a very sharp chisel edge. Very sharp. Whew. Almost shave with it. See how sharp that is? Great. Let's go up here. Okay. Bravery test. Just touch the canvas. Now we're going to take just the corner. Tell you what, this tree, it lives right off the canvas. It goes right on up into the sky somewhere. all the little birds we showed on this series, they need a place to sit. And this is it. They can hide right up in here. Look out over the mountain. Just have a wonderful life. There. I like your little birds. We hit 3 or 4 different ones this time. I really hope you've enjoyed seeing them if you got to see them. All right. I'll tell you what. Shoot, that tree went pretty good. Let's give him a friend. There it is. There he is. Just start off, drop him in. Sometimes when you're painting, the hardest thing to do is to make a decision what to do. Just haul off and do something. To do nothing is worse. It's absolutely the worst thing you can do is nothing. Do something. Do something. And very quickly, you'll learn to work with anything that happens up here. Because you know, we don't make mistakes. We absolutely don't make mistakes. We have some happy accidents that they may turn into things we didn't plan them to be. But that's all right. Art is very creative. It's very free. Take advantage of that. All right. One more? Okay, one more. Get him right there. Bloop. Little tree. Little baby tree. We have a whole family of trees here now. Whole family. They all live together out here and have a good time. We'll use a fan brush. I'm going to put a little touch of liquid white and a little bit of phthalo blue mixed together. I want the phthalo blue. It's warmer, much warmer blue than the Prussian blue. Okay, both sides loaded. We go up here. Now onto here, I'm just going to put the indication of a few highlights. I don't want to lose all the dark, but just a few highlights. Something like so. Just a few. Darker, darker, darker down here toward the base. Little tree in the background. Let me get a little more paint. Ran out of paint. There we go. Little tree in the background. We need a few goodies on him too. Darker, darker. Over here, just a few little things. And here. All right. Let's grab us a 1-inch brush. 1-inch brush. Let's put us a bush or two in here. All right, bush lives in our world. It does now, right there. Okay. Once again, I have several of each brush, so I don't have to spend all my time washing the brush. The studio crew gets a little upset with me when I do because I splash them a lot. It's good for them. Pull it in one direction. Load a lot of color. That rounds one corner. See there? Now that rounded corner to the top. Now we go up here and we begin picking out little individual bushes and trees. They live right here in this brush. All you got to do is just scare them out. The liquid white in there is just to make the paint a little thinner. That's the only reason we have it in there. It's just to make the paint a little thinner. A thin paint will stick to a thick paint. But that's the only reason it's there. There we go. And you don't have to push hard. I know sometimes it looks like we take a running start here and just knock in about 100 bushes. You really don't have to push hard. If it's properly loaded, you just touch. Okay, I'm going to make some more snow. Get a little white on the old 2-inch brush. Now I'm going to go right in here, and I'm going to grab this, intentionally grabbing some of that color. So, see there? I want this color to come out and automatically make our shadows. Because I'm a lazy painter. I look for easy ways to make things work. There. All right. Isn't that something? Don't be afraid of this 2-inch brush. Once again, we've painted most of this painting with it, and it'll work. It will work for you. Practice a little. Shoot, you know me. I lived in Alaska for a dozen years, and I love places like this. And I've always dreamed of having a little cabin right under a big mountain like this. Big mountain where I could look out and see all of God's creations. And no place did he have a better day than Alaska. Oh, God is gorgeous there. It is gorgeous. I love it. I miss it. There. All right. All I'm doing is just blocking in a little color. Now, we take a little white, a little dark sienna, maybe a little Van Dyke too in white. But mix it so it's marbled. By marbled, I mean not over mixed, has a lot of things happening in it. See there, all the little doers? Now, cut off our little roll of paint. Now, we said this was going to be a little cabin. So let's put the indication of some little dooders in there like that. Now then, we go back across this way, make some little log-looking things. That's all there is to it. Take a little bit of the Van Dyke brown on the knife, and we go back and just sort of line them up a little, like so. That's all. That's all. I'll make a darker brown now for the side, because in my mind, it's not dark enough. In my mind, not as much light would hit over here. Something about like that. That gives us an idea of how to make a little cabin. Now then, we need some snow on the roof. This reminds me of some places I used to see in Oregon and even into Utah and etc. Beautiful places there. Beautiful. We need a door. Got to be able to get in and out of our little cabin. Our door lives right there. There we are. Now we can come back with our knife, do a little cabinectomy. There. Go back to my brush that has snow on it. This is a snow brush. And we'll clean the edges up just a wee bit. All right, got a little brown streak here. We just blend that right in. Now then, maybe, there it is. Take a little of the dark color, pop it in. Maybe he didn't take care of his yard too well in the summer, and I'm real familiar with that. I'm the world's worst yard keeper. I like it a la natural. That's a way of saying I'm too lazy to go out and maintain it. There. Okay, now once again we'll grab that, pull it out. We put a little bush right there. Okay. I know. If we didn't get enough big trees, it's time for one more. Let's do another big tree. Use the old 2-inch brush, pull it back very sharp. Chisel edge. Very, very sharp. Make a big decision. Stoop. Right there. See how sharp that is? Oh, it'll make a line that fine. And then we can come right in here and begin putting in some happy little arms on this tree. Just some little arms on the tree. Now then, notice right here we're fixing to get into this white snow. Dip the brush into the least little touch of paint thinner and go back through your color. The paint thinner will thin the paint enough that you can paint over the top of this thick white that was used to make the snow without them mixing together as bad. You're going to have a little mixing, but nothing like you would have if they're both the same consistency. See there? Just drop them little rascals in there. Wherever. Okay. Okay, what the heck? That works. You just sort of look at these things and figure out where you want to go with them. Let your imagination go. A lot of times I'll start a painting and have nothing more in my mind but the time of day and the time of year. Other than that, I don't really want to know anything because I want it to just be a creative thing that happens. A creative happening. We'll coin a new phrase here. Creative happening. But just let it go. Let your imagination build. So begin just seeing things. And the more you practice that, the easier it becomes. Little phthalo blue and white. Just put a few little... This is a blue spruce, I can tell right there. Blue spruce. See there? That's enough. That's enough. Now, liquid white. We'll go right back through our titanium white. It has a little phthalo blue in it. Load a lot of color in there. Once again, notice how the brush is. It's held straight up and pulled in one direction, like so. Yeah. I'm just going to throw some little highlights on here. You know, recently we had a reunion for our instructors. There's about 400 instructors around the country. We had a little reunion in Daytona Beach, Florida. And I got, oh my gosh, it was over 150 people came, and we spent about a week together, a solid week. Look at all them instructors. And I worked them to death. We painted some new things. There's Lulu. She's my gal from Mexico. But we showed some new things, and we painted. Old Steve even painted. Oh, it was fantastic. These are some of the best painters in the country. And they just had they had a wonderful time with us. And we worked them to death. There's Joe. We worked him too. But we got everybody there. Annette taught some of her fantastic flowers. We put them through the mill. And isn't that beautiful? Little son of a gun can paint a flower, can't she? She's going to teach me how one day. And then, do you remember John Tham? John Tham came and he painted a portrait of guess who? Yeah. He said it's too easy though, because he said all you had to do was paint a face and put a steel wool ball on top and you had Bob. But, as I say, at the end of it then, all of us got together and we went to the park in New Smyrna Beach, Florida. And we had a free day. We invited the public and they came and they watched all of our painters. Oh, wonderful. We're going to do it again next year, I hope. Yeah, a lot of fun. If you happen to be around when we're doing it, please stop by and see us. We'll have a good time together, and you can meet some of the most wonderful people in the whole country. All right, where'd my little brush go with some white on it? Just pull it in one direction, get a little color. Boop, boop, boop. We'll pop in a little bush right there. There we go. And take our knife, scrape through here and there, make a stick and a twig that easy. Put these little sticks mainly in the dark areas. Mainly in the dark areas. All right, even up here. Sorry to jump around. I just see places where there ought to be a stick. And then put one behind the cabin. There. Somebody asked me one time why I don't ever put chimneys on my cabin. I don't know, it's just something I've just got in the habit of not doing. But when you paint your cabin, shoot, put a chimney in it if you want. Maybe my little guy's got electric heat. Living way out here in the woods. I'm going to take a little paint thinner. We'll take a little of that blue color that we had. Maybe right in here. Happy little stick. Just a little old guy lives out here. We'll put a few little arms on him. Something like that. And I think with that, shoot, we're about finished. I'm going to take a little red, a little paint thinner. Let's sign this little rascal. I really hope you've enjoyed this little winter scene. It'll teach you a great deal of how to use the equipment, bring a lot of joy to your life. Send me a picture when you do yours. I'd love to see it. From all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. I thought today I'd do a painting that's a little bit different. So let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen. While they're doing that, let me show you what I got going on up here. Have my standard old canvas up here, and I've taken a little piece of contact paper, cut an oval, stuck it on. Then we painted the inside with black gesso. We've allowed the black gesso to dry completely. It's totally dry. Then over the top of that, I've added a very, very thin coat of liquid clear, just enough to barely cover it. And we've taken blotches of color and just went here and there. Every series needs a crazy day, and I guess this is it. We've taken a little red here and a little phthalo green, a little blue, and I've just put them together. The bottom I've just covered with phthalo blue. So we've got red, phthalo green, phthalo blue. That's all. And you know, if you've painted with me before, you know for many years I lived in the beautiful, beautiful state of Alaska. In fact, about 12 years I lived in Alaska. And way back in one of the early series, I did a Northern Lights painting. And I've had so many comments about it, and so many people have said, do another one. I thought today we would just do the Northern Lights. So I'll show you how simple it is. We'll start out, take the fan brush, and we just sort of lay out where these curtains of light will be. That's sort of what they're called in Alaska, is curtains of light. And I'm just tapping a little white paint right on top of all the color that we have here. All right, and you just sort of figure out where they are. Now, to me, the Northern Lights are one of the most gorgeous phenomena that happens in nature. as I say, I lived for 2 years in Anchorage, and then for, nearly 10 years right outside of Fairbanks, Alaska, in a little town called North Pole. And we used to go out at night, Jane and I did, and we would watch the northern lights, and they're one of the most gorgeous sights imaginable. There. I don't paint them very often on television because unless you live in the far north, you probably don't get to see these very often. But today, this is what they look like. We just make our little bits of color, and then we'll take and we'll begin lifting that up. Just lift it up. And that's simple. That's simple. We have instant northern lights. And that's something. That's all there is to it. Every once in a while I'll beat the brush just to knock off any excess paint that we've picked up. There. Recently my friend Rick, who lives in Alaska still, that I used to paint with years ago, sent me a videotape. I believe it was produced by the University of Alaska. And I think it's called the Aurora Explained. It is one of the most gorgeous pieces of film I have ever seen on the Northern Lights. There. But it shows things like this. But this piece of film actually shows them moving. It's very hard to photograph them. I think they must have a camera that takes very high-speed pictures. Because I used to try to take still pictures of it, and it's very difficult. And see, that's basically all there is to it. That gives us northern lights in our sky. All right, let's just wash this old brush, have some fun here. As you know, we wash our brush with odorless paint thinner. Shake it off. And just beat the devil out of it. All right. We have a few little northern lights, so in the back here, let's just start building some things. If you've never been to Alaska, it's one of those places that if you have the opportunity, you ought to go see it. I'm serious. It is, as I've said before, when God made Alaska, he was having a good day. You know, some days everything works. And I think when God made Alaska, he was having one of those days. It is fantastic. All right. I'm taking a little bit of Prussian blue, a little bit of white, and we're going to make, a blue color about like so. Doesn't much matter. That's pretty close, maybe a little darker. Yeah, that's it right there. I like that. Okay, let me wipe the knife off. And let's take, we just use that same fan brush. Doesn't matter. I'm lazy, don't want to have to clean a brush. I'm going to load it full of this blue color, Prussian blue and white. That's all it is. Okay, both sides are full of color. Let's go up in here. Now, we have to make our first major decisions. Maybe there's some little trees that live back here. I'm not even going to put a mountain in this today. Alaska has some of the most gorgeous mountains in the world. But there's also areas you go to where you don't see the mountain, especially at night. There. All right. We'll just put a whole bunch of little trees back here. See how easy they are? This will give you some practice making little trees. Take the corner of the brush, work back and forth and back, just like so. Make all these happy little trees wherever you think they should live. And you put as many or as few as you want in your world. Wherever. Maybe one more right here. What the heck? We can have as many trees as we want. And there's some right here, so you can see right through them and see the lights behind them. You know, unless you've ever seen the Northern Lights, it's very hard to imagine. They go sometime from horizon to horizon. They are just one of the most spectacular sights, and they can be any color of the rainbow. I've seen everything from red to green to yellow. It's hard to imagine unless you see them. And on a very, very quiet night, if you get far away from town and all the city noises and etc., you can hear them. They make little crackling noises. There. My mother, when she was still with us, came to Alaska and stayed with me for nearly a year. And I think that was one of her most popular sights. She would stay up till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning just to go out and watch the Northern Lights. There. All right. Maybe one more little tree right there. It's our world. We can put one there if we want. Okay. Now I'm going to I'll get another fan brush. I've got several of them going here. Take a little bit of white, and we'll put some phthalo blue with it. So we got white and phthalo blue. Phthalo blue is a much lighter blue than Prussian blue. Sparkles. Let me wipe the old knife. Maybe I'll take the least little touch of liquid white. Least little touch, just enough to thin this a small amount so it'll stick easier. I'm using number 3 fan brush right here, but you use whatever size you want. It doesn't matter. I'm loading it back up full of color. Okay, let's go up in here. And let's just indicate a few highlights. I don't want a lot. I don't want a lot. Just a few. Just a few. Use just the corner of the brush. Just a few happy little highlights. Make these little evergreens sparkle. There. Okay, here we are. A few more over in here. This little tree needs some. When we sparkle him, he'll stand out from the lights that are behind him. There. Isn't that something? Very simple. Okay. All right, there we go. A few over in here. But once again, I'm trying not to kill all the dark areas. Don't want to kill all the dark areas. Just enough to put a few little sparklers. That's enough. That's enough. Okay, let's have some fun. We'll grab another fan brush. I have several, so I don't have to spend all my time just washing brushes. We'll go into titanium white, just pure color. Load a lot of color into the bristles, something like so. And let's go up here, and maybe you see the northern lights mostly in the winter time. And there's a very, very easy reason for that. In the summertime, it doesn't get dark, so you couldn't see them. They're probably there, but you just can't see them. There, but in the wintertime, it's dark a lot in Alaska. Where I lived, it got down to under 4 hours of daylight. Whew, yeah, you'd go to work and it was dark, you'd come home and it was dark. And that bothers a lot of people. But I didn't mind. I find as much beauty in the winter in Alaska as I did in the summer. It's just different. And being a little Florida boy, I was raised in Florida, I had never even seen snow before I went to Alaska. I actually thought that ice was something that just grew in the refrigerator. I didn't know it actually grew out here on the land. But I went to Alaska and I was so amazed because it was so radically different than everything that I had grown up with. That I just sort of went crazy over it. And I'm still fascinated by it. I want a little cabin out here. Shoot, I've always wanted a little cabin in Alaska. Show you how easy it is. Take your knife, just scrape out a very basic little idea of where you want the cabin to be. This does 2 things. It allows you to lay the basic shape out, and it removes excess paint. So your next layer sticks much easier. So you've sort of got a layout there, and you're absolutely not committed. I'm going to take a little Van Dyke brown, a little dark sienna, mix them together, get a little roll of paint, and let's build us a cabin. We'll do the back eave first. That easy. We'll come back, and we'll just block it in. In other words, we're just piling it full of color. Van Dyke brown, dark sienna. All right, over on this side, color. See there? As I say, it really didn't matter. You take your knife, scrape it off, start over at this point, and you would not have heard a thing. Not a thing. Okay, let's see here. Let me find a place to work. I've used up all my space, even on a palette this big. Take a little dark sienna, a little white, mix them together, cut off our little roll of paint. Let's go up in here. Touch, just like you're putting snow on the mountain. Barely touch, barely touch. Just graze it. Want to look like old weathered wood. It's like me, it's had a rough life. Tired. There. Now much darker color for over here, because in my mind, if the northern lights are producing our light in this painting, wouldn't as much hit over here. A little bit of Van Dyke brown with the knife, and we can just touch the canvas and make the indication of some little boards. Something about like that. And we need a door in our little cabin. So we just take a little dark color, a little brown, Van Dyke brown. That easy. We'll put us in a little door. Take a little light color and just sort of outline it. There. Now we can come back. Let me wipe the knife off here. Now we can come back and work on our perspective a little bit. See, we can do a cabinectomy and just cut it off wherever we want it. It's our cabin. We can cut it any way we want it. Now, go into a little bit of the titanium white. And let's put some snow up here on the roof. Zoop. Now back here. There we are, see? Now very gently, just pull it down. Over here. That easy. That's all there is to it. You can just smooth it out a little. There we go. See there? And that easy. We got a happy little cabin. And we need a little bit of snow on the other side of the roof because it's thick. Thick snow. There. Just straighten these little edges out. Now you can make this very smooth or you can leave it rough. It's up to you. It's up to you. Sometimes I like to leave it rough because the snow gets like that. Especially if you have a fire in the cabin and don't have very good insulation. Part of it starts melting. I'm going to take my liner brush and just dip it in a little liquid white. And with that, put the indication of some icicles hanging off here. Ooh, really cold. This is just liquid white. There we are. See? That's all there is to it. Now, go back to our little fan brush that had the titanium white on it. And we can lay in our snow again. We sort of messed it up when we did our cabinectomy. But we just put it back in. No big deal. In our world, we can change things any way we want to, whenever we want to. And maybe be brave. Maybe there's another little hill right there. That easy. You can put it in. See there? That's all there is to it. You can just put in these little things wherever you want them. In your world, you have total and complete power. And you can do these things. There. That's a natural place for a little pond. Maybe we'll put one in there. All right. I've got one fan brush left. Clean off a little spot to work. I'm going to take some black Prussian blue. Something like so. And let's take, I'll take the old fan brush and let's just load it full of color, a lot of paint. A lot of paint. Okay, let's go right up in here. All right, maybe in our world there lives a tree right there on that little hill, another little evergreen. Probably not going to be able to see that against the dark, but it's there. Okay, now as I get into that area right there, there's already paint on the canvas. I'm going to add a small amount of paint thinner to my brush and go back through the paint. That thins the paint, and as you know, a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. Thin to thick, thin to thick. There we are. We'll put a little tree, it lives right there. Something about like that. Let's give him a friend. You know me, I think everybody needs a friend. Load a little more paint. His friend lives right there. Right there. There. All right. And you can take the brush and go straight in and give it, I'm going to bend it upward. See? That's all we're doing, just giving it a little upward bend. And we can make a little grassy area. Shoot, who knows, maybe there's one over here on this side too. Just something around the little cabin. This guy's probably like me, doesn't cut his grass very well, and it's grown up. And in the wintertime, it dies and just leaves all those little things in there. There we go. Now, let me wash that old brush out. I'm going to wipe it off first. And it's not as much fun to wash the fan brush as it is the big brush. You didn't make near the mess. There. Okay. Take a little bit of that Prussian blue and white. We'll just put the indication of a little tree trunk here and there. I don't want it to be very distinct. There, maybe a little one here. I know that's hard to see, but it is there. Now we take a little bit of white. Oh, there it is. We had a little phthalo blue and white left up here. There, load a lot of color into the bristles. There. But see, both sides of the bristles are good and full of color. There we are. And let's go back up in here, and we'll highlight this little rascal. There. Now he stands out. Now he stands out. Okay. Add a little paint thinner to that. Once again, there's a lot of paint there. But a little paint thinner. Paint thinner will not change the color. So, and we'll just pop in some little indications, a few little highlights here and there. Maybe a little more white so it shows up better. Going to dip the brush into the smallest amount of liquid white just to thin it once again. And you go right back over that and pop in little things. There. A few little things up here. Yeah, that looks better. I like it better. Little snow-covered grassy areas. There, a few right in here. You need that dark underneath, though, to make them show. All right. Script liner brush. A little paint thinner, a little bit of that. This is phthalo blue with just a touch of phthalo blue and titanium white, and then I took paint thinner. Load the brush full of paint. Turn it in that thin paint. That'll load the bristles very full. There we go. Something about like that. And if we can take that, and we'll just put in a few little sticks and twigs and all those little things that live back here against the tree. Isn't that neat? Peapod, my little pocket squirrel, he wouldn't like it here. It's too cold. Though there are little squirrels that live in Alaska. Little gray squirrels live there. Yeah, all kinds of animals live there. When we lived in North Pole, there used to be a big moose, a big cow moose, that would come and graze in our yard 2 or 3 times a week. I have just gobs of photographs of her in the yard. And we would just stand there. She was almost on the verge of being tame. You couldn't walk completely up to her, but she literally would eat in the yard. What a sight. She must have weighed 1,000 pounds or more. And to have a great big moose right out there in the yard eating was just unreal. Take a little bit of titanium white here, just a small amount. I want to turn this into water. Maybe there's a little pond here. We don't know for sure if it's frozen or maybe it's just awful cold. We don't know. Pull straight down. Straight down, something about like that, and then go across. That easy. There. Maybe just a little more. I want a little more right there. Now, let me get a little more color on the brush. Yeah, there. See, we'll just reflect that right into the water. Something like so. And then gently go across. It's important, though, that these reflections go straight down. If they don't, they just won't look right. There. All right. Take a little touch of the liquid white. Pull it out very flat. Very, very flat. And take the knife and cut across. I don't know if you can see. Let me try that again. Pull it out flat and cut across. It's just a small little roll of paint up on top of the blade right here. Just a little. And with that, we can go right up in here and just cut in a happy little water line. There. There we go. This little one right up in here. There we are. And maybe right on out through here. Wherever you think they should be. There. Okay. And we can take our little fan brush that has the white paint on it. And we can go back over in here, pick up a little more of the titanium white. I'm just going to load the brush full of color. There we are. And let's go right up in here. Maybe there's a little rock out here in the water that's all covered with snow, and all we can see is just snow. There. See? We can reflect a little of that down here. Take our brush, pull that down just like we did up here. Same thing. Go across. And we can take our knife with a little bit of the liquid white on it and just put a happy little water line around it. That easy. And you can put as many little stones out here as you want. Totally and completely up to you. You can cut through the paint here and there and let some of that black canvas show through, and it looks like little sticks that live right in there. See them? And you didn't have to do a thing. All right. Maybe right over in here. Up to you. You decide where all these little things live in your world. Okay. And you could really get even crazier. Shoot, let's have some fun. We got a second left here. Maybe we could take a little bit of, I've got Van Dyke brown on the little filbert brush. Maybe there's what remains out here of an old fence. Maybe just right out like that. Not much of it remains anymore. Take a little brown and white, put a little highlight on one side. There. And we can come right back. Maybe there's an old still on there. Maybe there's only one on that one. Something about like that. And we'll take liquid white, just straight liquid white on the brush. I'm going to put the indication that there's some snow laying up on top of this old fence, and it's sort of pulled down. There's a little up here. But let it just hang over like there's icicles. Make it cold. There. A little more of the liquid white. Maybe there's a little up here. See there? That easy. Just put them little rascals in there, wherever you want them. Okay. Back to our little brush that has the white on it. Clean the foots of this fence up. Shoot, I think we about have a finished painting here. All right. Tell you what, the moment of truth. Let's pull the contact paper off and see what our little painting looks like. This is always the time that I look forward to. All right. Look at that. Northern Lights are doing their thing. I'm going to take a little bit of red, a little paint thinner, script liner brush, and I think we'll sign this little painting. I really hope you've enjoyed it. If you get a chance, try painting the Northern Lights. I think you'll find it exciting. It's one of the most beautiful scenes, and it's very, very simple to do. And until next time, from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, I'm certainly glad you could join us today. It's a fantastic day here, and I hope it is wherever you're at. Let's start out today and have run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, I'll show you what I've got done up here. Today I have my standard old double prime pre-stretched canvas. I'm using 18 by 24, but you use whatever size is convenient for you. And I've covered the entire canvas with a very thin, even coat of the liquid white. And the liquid white is just designed to make the canvas wet. It's an oil-based medium that makes it wet, that's all. So we're ready to go. Today let's start with our little 2-inch brush, and we'll go right up here into the phthalo blue. I like phthalo blue. It's very, very pretty blue. And we'll pull a little bit of that out, just a little phthalo blue. Let's go right up in the sky. And let's just dance in a beautiful little sky using this gorgeous, gorgeous color. There. See, we just work all the way across and then begin blending downward, and automatically, the color will blend with the liquid white that's on the canvas, and we get lighter and lighter toward the horizon. And as you know, in a landscape, that's exactly what we're looking for. We want the color to get lighter toward the horizon. There we go, something about like that. And then very gently we can just go across to take out the little brush strokes. But notice intentionally I have left some little light areas in here. That will come out looking like little clouds in the sky, or little wispy things that just float through the air. And what the heck, let's have a little water in this one. Let's take a little bit of the phthalo blue. I might even add a touch, very small amount, of the phthalo green and a little bit of black just to darken it. Okay, let's go back up in here. So I say maybe we'll have some water in here. I don't know exactly where it's going to be, but wherever, we'll already have our blue color down. And we just put water wherever we want it and where it's not supposed to be, we'll just paint right over it, no big deal. There, because as you know, we don't make any mistakes. We have some happy accidents sometime, and we learn to work with those. Okay, now then, let me wash the old brush. I just like to get even with the camera, people, and this is my time. All right, shake it off, and we got them. All right, that's the most fun part of this whole thing. If you wanted to put the indication of a happy little cloud in the sky, you could just take and tap a little white on your brush. I don't want big clouds in this painting, I don't think, just a little. Be right back. Put a little touch of pink in there, just to warm it up. And you could go up in here, and as I say, if you wanted a cloud indication, you could do it just by doing something like this. A little bit of white with a touch of pink in it. But I don't want a lot of clouds in this painting. I think today, tell you what, let's try doing some fantastic mountains, something that's a little different and give you a little challenge in your life, and I think you'll enjoy it. There, I just pull those and blend them a little bit. And that's a nice way of making little wispy, soft clouds. There we go. And we're in business. And we get to wash the brush again. There. And we're back. All right, today, let's see. Let's take some midnight black, alizarin crimson, more crimson, maybe a little touch of the phthalo blue in it too. I want something in the reddish lavender hue. Shoot, let's get crazy. This is our world, and we can do anything in our world that we want. Cut off a little roll of paint, have it living right on the edge of the knife. Come right up in here. Maybe we got a big mountain. We do now. Lives right there. Just where. Let's have a lot of mountains. Let's play with some mountains today. Push that paint right into the fabric. Just get right in there and push it in. This is where you take out all your frustrations and hostilities. And there's another one. Just get up in there and push it in. And the only thing we're concerned with is this nice top edge. We don't even care what's happening down below, at least at this point. Maybe down through here. We'll have another one here. I didn't know we was going to make a whole range of mountains, but that's okay. Sometimes it starts working good and you just don't know when to stop. Okay, now let me get a big brush. I want to grab this and pull it. I do this always nearly in mountains because it does two things. It removes excess paint and it blends that color down. It's mixing with the liquid white and automatically it gets lighter toward the base. And in the landscape, that's what we're looking for. There. And you can sort of use brush strokes here to figure out angles and highlights in your mountain. You can see these things. I don't know if they show up well on TV, but you can see them. And it's a super way of laying out your whole mountain without being committed in the least. There, just using the brush strokes. When you paint, you'll understand if you can't see it. Sometimes it's hard to make out on television. There. About like that. Okay, then we get to wash the brush again. That's really what I want to do today. This is your lesson in brush washing. We're ready now. Today, let's take titanium white, put a little bright red in it. Just don't want too much. Bright red is so strong, eat up your whole world in a heartbeat. There we go. Maybe I'll put a little of that mountain color we used in there to dull it down so it's not quite so bright. Yeah, that's better. I like it better. Sometimes it can get so bright it hurts your eyes. Have to wear sunglasses when you paint. There. Okay. Now, let's go this direction today. I just want a little hint. I don't want a bright mountain today. I just want a little hint of color in here. Very gentle, very gentle. See, just decide where these things are and let them go. There we are. Okay. There. Get that edge a little better. See there? Very gentle though, just barely caressing the canvas. Barely caressing it. I made that a little brighter because in my mind maybe the light's zinging right through there. There we go. And if one's brighter than you want it, just rub it a little bit. It'll go away. It'll go away, no problem. A little bit over in here. Something about like that. All right. Now then, have to start making some big decisions. Where's all these things at? There. Just play with color. Painting is so much fun when you play with color. And you can make any kind of world you want. It can be real, it can be fantasy, it can be something that exists only in your mind. And maybe that really is, ooh, I hit a little blue there. Let's use it. See, that's some of them happy accidents. I like it. There. See, we can just do that. That'll create a nice, soft, misty little effect down there. Just using the knife to blend. There, see how soft that looks? All right. Now, take a little white, little touch of the Prussian blue. Prussian blue is quite dark. Maybe I'll even put a little black in it. Ooh, that's good, that's good. Not much though, not much. I want the least little hint. We'll go right up in here. We'll just put the least little hint here. I don't want a lot of shadow color in this. Just some here and there. Maybe a little bit lighter just so it shows up there. How's that? There we go. Maybe over in here, just a little touch. There. This painting will give you a lot of practice using the knife and making some big old mountains that are gorgeous. I'll just jump back and forth between highlight and shadow here, and in places let them mix together. It's all right. You can do anything that you want here. Any old thing that you want. There we go. Make another little bump right there just by doing something like that. See, it makes a nice deep area in there. I'm gonna take a little yellow ochre, at least a little touch of bright red in it. And I want the least little touch maybe here and there of some orangey color. Don't want much, just the least little touch right in there. There, see there? Just to warm it up a little here and there. Back over in here, we need a little something back in this little goober. There it is. All right. There. I have one of my favorite people in the world is my Aunt Susie who lives in Georgia, and she's all the time saying there's a little goober right there. I think a little goober means a little peanut. In Georgia, a goober is a peanut. There we go. All right. And we can just put these wherever. Okay. Little highlights and shadows. Now you can spend a lot of time just playing like this and putting in all kinds of little nice things wherever you want them. A little dark color here and there. And then just take and sort of work them in. Looks like all kinds of things that are happening in your mountain. Boy, them some rugged looking old rascals already. There. See there? Just sort of blend them with a knife. There, just really pushing very hard. You can probably hear how hard I'm pushing on the canvas. A little bit of that shadow color and just blending it in. There we go. Don't want to spend the whole show just playing with mountains, but I thought you'd like to see some mountains that are a little different and a little more fun. Sometimes these are just something different to do. There. I like to put these little dark areas in because it makes all kinds of nice things. There we are. Something like that. I'm going to put a little... But by now you should see how we make them. I want to introduce you to a fantastic lady while I'm finishing up this little mountain. You know, I tell you, I work with a lot of the rehab people all over the country. This lovely lady's name is Cindy, and she's right outside of Orlando, Florida. And she allowed me to come out and film some of her animals. And this is a little sandhill crane. And they think when it was in the egg, its neck got twisted up. And it probably will never be able to be released. But gorgeous ladies like Cindy devote their whole life to just taking care of God's little creatures like this. She has all kind of creatures out there. If you saw the owl earlier, that belonged to her. That's a baby that she's getting ready to release. Probably by the time you see this, he'll be out and living on his own someplace, having a good time. But I have the greatest admiration for people who devote their whole lives to them. Now see, here's Cindy showing me the biggest squirrel I have ever seen in my life. This is called a Sherman fox squirrel. I think they're quite rare. There's not many of them left. I'm just tapping the bottom of the mountain here. There's not many of them left. And she has one that is so tame that he's just unbelievable. He is gorgeous. His name's Little Bit. I don't know, there's nothing little about him. He's as big as a small kitty cat. There. All right. Look at the tail on this rascal. He is something else. As I say, his name is Little Bit. But isn't he something else? There. Okay. That's about all I'm going to do on these mountains. That's a very simple little mountain to do. I think you'll like it. And it's a little bit different than some of them that we've done. Tell you what, let's take, what do we got? Black. Prussian blue. Phthalo green. I like phthalo green. Put it right in there and put some crimson in with it. Ooh, a lot of nice, rich dark color. Let's make some trees. Grab the old fan brush. And we'll just fill it full of color. A lot of color in it, both sides. Okay, let's go right up here to the canvas. Big decision time in our world. Does now. Lives a happy little tree. I'm going to push upward. Make little pushy up trees. Just use a corner of the brush, push upward. That phthalo green in there just gives it a nice little effect. I like that. I like that. You can use sap green in there or phthalo. It's up to you. Sometimes I use sap green, sometimes I use phthalo. Depends on what your mood is, what flavor you're looking for. Painting is such an individual thing. Even from day to day, my mood changes. What turns me on one day may turn me off the next. There. That's why painting is so fantastic. It's one of the few things that you never seem to get bored with. Because if you painted for 1,000 years, you know that your next painting is going to be your masterpiece. And I hope you're plagued with this discontent. And by discontent, I mean, I hope you're plagued with never in your life being satisfied with a painting that you do. Because as long as you're not totally satisfied, then you'll continue to strive to be better, and you learn from each experience. And I really believe that if you painted for 1,000,000 years, there'd be one more thing that you could learn. There. I've painted since I was about 19 years old. Did my first oil painting when I was about 19. And to this day, I have not even scratched the surface. As I travel all over the country, I like to go to museums and look at some of the fantastic works that artists have done for a long time. One day I hope to see an original painting by Leonardo da Vinci. He, to me, is the greatest painter who has ever lived. He's just my personal hero. I think the man was just so gifted, not only in painting, but in engineering, thinking about anything he tried. There we go. I'm just painting these little backwards here, so we'll pull them down in a second and we'll have some little reflections going right in there. There they are. There. All we're looking for is just basic shape. Okay, clean, dry, 2-inch brush, grab it, pull straight down, gently. See there? Those basic shapes remain, then go across. That easy. That easy. Maybe in our world back here, I'm going to take some black and some Van Dyke brown. Maybe Maybe we had some nice stones that live back here. So we'll put in some dark color first. Something like that, doesn't matter. Then we'll come back, take a little bit of white, a little bit of dark sienna, maybe even a touch of the yellow ochre in there. There. Just various colors here. I'm just looking, ooh, got a little blue in it too. That's all right, I guess. Doesn't much matter. And just barely cut, just let the knife sort of graze here and there. And don't cover it all up. Just let it bounce and touch and find little places. The paint's thick. It'll pick out little places in there. All right. I got several fan brushes. I'm going to grab another one, put some sap green, some Indian yellow, yellow ochre, all the different yellows and greens in here. Something like that. Let's go up in here. And there and here and here and there. I'll pop in, just pushing upward, a few little bushy areas that live right along in here. Maybe there's a bush lives there. See, there he is. You put them wherever you want them, wherever you want them. Take a little bit of brown and white on the knife, put the indication here and there of a little trunk, stick. You can scrape right through, put in a few things like that. Back to our brush that has the green on it. There we are. Make it a little darker. We come back in here and pop in a few little highlights. Don't want many. I want this to remain quite dark back in here. There, just a few, just a few. There's one. See, a few little highlights on some of these little trees. I want it to stay dark, though. I like that back here. There, pushing upward, though, just bending it upward. All right, shoot, we're coming right along here. A little liquid white. There, cut across. Let's come right in here and put the indication of a little water line, something that, actually it's just a light color that breaks up between these two dark areas. There. See, just run it across like that. Something like that, there. All right. Okay, time to get serious here. Got to do the other side. I like doing them big stones. And our whirl. You ready? Here we go. Big stone. Lives right there. Big stone. This is just brown, black, something like that. We go back to the little highlight color that we had. Just sort of let that follow right around and just barely graze it. Just barely graze it. Just let it pick up on the high parts of that paint. Paint's very thick. Just worry about basic shape here. That's all. That's all we're worried about. I'm going to put some big trees and stuff in there anyway, so we don't have to worry too much. Might even cover up part of it. Pull some of it down. Make us a little reflection. Lives right there. Let's see here. Let's make another big tree over on this side. I don't want it left out. Okay. Let's start right here. Make a big tree. I'm pushing upward using that same tree color that I used before. There. Make a big, strong tree. Not all of them have big points. Maybe we'll have one here that maybe his top's not so sharp. That happens with evergreens. I've seen some that are just look like they got broke when they were a baby. There. We'll bring it right in front of the rock. There we go. Now then we'll give him a friend. You know me. I think everybody should have a friend, even a tree. There we go. Because I like trees. I like trees. I spend a lot of time out in the woods just looking and studying trees. There we go. Something. Oh, let's see here. Tell you what. Let's just fill all this in with some dark stuff. Maybe we'll have some nice grassy areas right here. I don't know. If you put it in, then you're going to do something with it. Doesn't much matter. Because we can do anything here. We can change anything. We can add, subtract, just figure out where you want it to be reflections, where you want it to be ground, and do it. Just do it. Take a little brown and white, And maybe here and there in this old tree you can see a little trunk. A little bit over in here. Get our brush that had the fan brush that had the green on it. And we can go back in here and just pop the indication here and there of some gorgeous little highlights in this tree. There. This one has a little more yellow ochre in it. There we go. So it's a little different flavor. Just change the flavor a little bit. All right. The other little tree needs something too. Don't want much on him because he's probably behind that one. All right. And maybe we'll just let me dip it into a little touch of the paint thinner. We'll go into a little of that green color we have here. And all the yellows, a little bright red here and there. Tap a little color into the brush. Maybe there's a little grassy area. Yep, you're right. Lives right there. See it? Just a happy little area. This is a nice place just to kick your shoe off and run through the grass here with bare foots. I like to do that. Just all kinds of little things going on in here. Wherever. See, you make the decision where those things are. Something about like that. Tell you what, let's grab the old 1-inch brush. We'll get crazy. Got a second left here. We'll go right into some yellow ochre. I want a nice tree. Lives right there. And we can use just plain yellow ochre because we already have some dark back here. Maybe there's a little tree that lives right there. And he's got a friend that lives right here. See, something like that. And take a little brown and just put a few little indications of some trunks in there, like that. Shoot, we're coming along pretty good here. Okay, take a little bit of the liquid white. Let's just come in here, put on a little water line, something like so. Shoot, I think we're about to have a finished painting. It's a very easy painting. I hope you tried because it's a good study in doing mountains. Scratch in a few little sticks and twigs, and your masterpiece is finished. Hope you've enjoyed this one. From all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hey, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. Thought today we'd do something different since this is the last show of the 21st series. And today, let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. While they're doing that, come on up here because this is crazy. Let me show you what I've done. I've taken a little contact paper cutout today, just adhesive back paper, and I've cut a little map of Florida. Since I live in Florida, I thought today we'd do Florida. The top of it I've covered with liquid white, and the bottom here I'm covering with just liquid clear, and I've put a little color right in here. Now, the one thing that I did do before I put the contact paper on is I sprayed the whole canvas a light baby blue color. And you can spray it any color you want it. And I just picked Florida today since that's where I live. You could actually do this for any state that you live in. In fact, maybe we'll have a series that each week we'll do a different state and we'll show you how to do it and something that goes along with that state. But today, let's start with that one. I'm going to start out today with a least little touch of yellow ochre, just a very small amount on the old 2-inch brush. And let's go right up in here. And let's just do a beautiful little Florida scene that should make you happy. There we are. Just put a little bit of that yellow right in there. And let it blend upward. Then I'll go right up here. Take a little bit of alizarin crimson and put that across there. And just sort of let them blend together. Maybe we'll let this pinkish color, maybe we'll let it go wheel enough from here. Like so. Now, when you're doing this at home, to get a design, and you could use any design that you want, just take and project it onto a piece of contact paper and trace it and cut it out. Very easy. I use something like an X-Acto knife or something like that, or a pair of scissors, whatever. I use an X-Acto knife, but a pair of scissors would work. And you can cut just about any design that the mind can imagine. All right, we'll just let that blend right down a little bit into that yellowish color. Something like so. We'll do a little sunset thing today. Okay, take a little bit of lavender here. We'll use a little phthalo blue and alizarin crimson, proportionally much more crimson than blue. And maybe right here at the waterline, we'll put a little bit of lavender color. Something about like that. Don't want to lose all that yellow, but I want a little lavender right at the water. Now, I have liquid clear from here down. And then here I've just put a little lavender in here, a little phthalo blue and lavender. There we are. We'll make a very simple little seascape in here, because to me, that sort of represents Florida. Everybody comes to Florida to enjoy the ocean. We'll shake this old brush and just beat the devil out of it. All right, let's take a little fan brush. Let's make us some more of that lavender color. That's a nice color. We'll use some alizarin crimson and phthalo blue. Little phthalo blue right there, like so. Something like that. And that should be good for what we're looking for. And let's go right up in here. And maybe we have some little clouds that live right up in here. And we can make those just by, I'm exaggerating, but making a shape like that, sort of. And just sort of decide where your little clouds live here. Maybe they go all the way out and get lighter and lighter out in here. There. However, you decide how they go. Just want to show you how to do it and turn you loose on the world. There. Hope you've enjoyed this series. With the completion of this one, there's, see, 273 half-hour shows now. Whew. Good gracious, getting to where my math doesn't go high enough to figure it out. And if you've enjoyed the shows and would like to see them again, or you'd like to see the ones maybe that you've missed, give your station a call. Let them know that you'd like to see them, because they're available to them. There, maybe there's a little floater right along here. Okay, maybe it comes right on out here. We don't know. Just sort of let these things happen. A little right in there. Maybe there's even a little streaky one right in like that. Okay, back to our big brush. Be sure it's good and dry. And very gently, down here we'll just blend that sort of across a little. You can pull that paint. Since it's wet, you can move it. Up in here, follow the basic angles, and very lightly, just blend that out. And you can blend it to any degree of softness that you want, or you can leave little things in it. Sometimes I go back, add a little more of the blue to the same lavender color, but a little more of the blue to the blue side. Load the old fan brush full of color. Let's go back up here. And maybe here and there, put the indication of something that's a little darker, and it'll make it look like it's a little closer to us. Because as you know, in a landscape or a seascape, things should get darker as they come toward us. There. Now with our clean, dry brush, we'll just blend that in. And that way, it'll look like there's several layers of clouds up there in this beautiful little sky. All right. Okay, that's about all we need for a little sky. That'll give us a very nice one, very effective. Okay, now then we can come down here and begin deciding where our water lives. Let me find a little fan brush. There it is. Use the little number 3 fan brush here. And I'm going to do this one basically like I do a large seascape. I'm going to take the brush and sort of decide where my major wave will be. Up like this, and then maybe it'll sort of drop over a little bit. Go right through there. Somewhere in there. Maybe our little floater will be in right along in there. There it is. Let me find this. Take a liner brush, put a little bit of the titanium white on it. And I'm just going to take this and sort of roll it, turn it. As you're going, let it turn, and just begin figuring out basically where our little breaker is going to be. That's all we're looking for at this point. We'll keep adding color and stuff in there. I just want to know where it's going to be at this point. I'm going to reach up in here And begin blending a little of that out so there's a light area underneath it. There. There we go. See, that way we have an idea of where our breaker is going to be. Now then, we can come right in here, grab the top, and sort of lift it over. This is going to be a tiny little wave way back in the distance. Way back here. There. All right. Good. Back to our liner brush. Take a little of the titanium white. And I'm going to start back in here, figuring out where the horizon is and all the little things that are happening. There. See all those little doers? Very easy to do. We want it to just sort of float right on back almost into nothing. Okay. And we can take some that's really bright and highlight a few of them. There. Okay, now then, back to my little liner brush. Let's do that one more time. That'll give us right along where the breaker is here. And we can pull a little of that color right over the top, bring it all together. Something like so. Now then, let's take a little of the phthalo blue and a little crimson, but mostly to the blue side this time. Put a little dark area right in underneath. Need a little dark area underneath. Something like that. Maybe it comes out to about there. Now that I'm going to go into a little touch of the dark sienna. It's time we started getting into a little land area. Right there, just a little bit of that, and maybe even a little bit of the Van Dyke brown, but not much Van Dyke yet. Just begin laying in where our little beach is going to be in here. Dark sienna, little Van Dyke. Just bring them together. Maybe we'll just cover up the whole bottom of that. That looks nice. There. And I'm putting a pretty dark color in here to start with, so when we put lighter colors on it, it'll show. You need that dark in order for the light to show. There. Okay. Now, have to begin deciding if we have water up here on the shore, and if so, where it's at. So we'll take a little white. I'm going to mix the least little touch of phthalo blue with it, but least little touch. Least little touch. Cut off a tiny little bit more, a little roll of paint right out on the edge of the knife. And maybe in our world, right along in here, we have a little water. It's playing right along up here on the beach. There. See there? Now take a clean fan brush and very gently grab that, and I'm just going to blend it back, but it should go straight back so your water looks flat. Otherwise your water just won't look flat. Okay. There. A little bit in there. Now we have to begin thinking about the shape of the wave that's coming out through there. And I'm going to go back to my little brush, my little liner brush, put a little paint thinner, a little phthalo blue, a little white. And now we can begin forming some of these little dudes. Just creating an illusion of all kinds of little ripples and little things that are happening in the water. Little foamy masses. There. Okay. Maybe we'll brighten that up a little bit right in there. Just a little. Make it really stand out. Okay, now take a little bit more of that. Flip that right over. Okay, now. And this is one of the simplest, easiest ways of doing a little seascape. A little bit more of that white with the least little touch of the phthalo blue in it. Least little touch. Touch here. Maybe there's another little water line right out through here somewhere. And once again, with a clean, dry fan brush, has no paint on it. Just grab it and pull. Just pull it back. Like that. There. And you can touch the base of that, pull it down, and go lightly across it. It'll make it look like the water's wet the sand here. Just like the sand's wet. Let's put our edge back in there. There. See, now we have a little wet area in there. Okay. Little white, little dark sienna. And let's begin putting in some lighter color sand, maybe right in here. When it's not so wet, the color is a little bit lighter. So we'll use white, little touch of the dark sienna. Let it sneak right up in there. There. Okay. Now, I'm going to take the least little bit of the lavender color and right under here, see if you have a steady hand. Under this line, I'm going to put a little line of dark color, or darker than the white. That'll make it look like there's depth to it. And we can take some of these little doers, pull them back. Just make all kinds of little things in there. There. And use a little dark color back in there, here and there, just to make an indication of a space between the waves. All right, good. As I say, if you've missed any of our shows, give your station a call and let them know that you'd like to see them, because they are available to them without any problem. And we'd like for you to have the opportunity to see them all if you would like to. Okay. I want this right in here to be a little lighter, so I'll just add a little bit more white. Oh yeah, that's nice. And maybe there's a happy little sand dune that lives here. So for that, let's just take white, little dark sienna. I'm going to begin deciding where it lives. Maybe it lives, yep, you're right there. Right there. We'll just throw in a little bit of color, something like so, and blend it down very lightly. There. Okay. Now then, let's have some fun. Let's take a little depression blue, a little sap green, mix them together and make a dark green. Maybe put a little black into it. Ooh, that's nice. Okay, very dark green though. And maybe, yep. There's some little weeds and bushes and all those things that live up here on our sand dunes. And they just sort of travel right down the edge there. Something like that. Okay, and we can take our brush, grab just the base of this a little bit, just barely touching it, and let a little of it come into that. There. Now then, back to our liner brush. We'll take a little of that greenish color with paint thinner, and we can begin lifting up some little weeds and sticks, and, you know, little coyote things, whatever. There. Okay, take that. I'm going to go right into a little bit of the yellow ochre and do the same thing again. So we sort of highlight some of those. There. You know, if you're interested in, and I know we're not, but if you're ever interested in selling paintings, these kind of little paintings really sell well, especially in areas where you have a lot of tourists, like Florida or Alaska, places like that. But you could do this for any state, and every state has something that it's well known for, and you can feature that in there. So try it for your state. Or just do any one that you want. And maybe, tell you what, maybe there's another little dune, comes right across here. That'll push everything back, and we can see the little grassy things in there. Just using number 3 fan brush here and pushing upward. Really pushing upward. Take a little tiny bit of the cad yellow, a little bit of the yellow ochre, and just put a little highlight on it. Don't want a great deal, just a little highlight, a little more of the cad yellow. There, a little sparkler here and there. Okay, I'm going to go back to our little liner brush. Do the same thing again. Take a little bit of that green color we made, lift it up, and if I remember, that was just a little sap green, a little black, a little Prussian blue. There. And just flip them little things up. Give them a little flip. And if you want to make it look like little sea oats, you can just grab the end of it and put little doers on the end out there. Of course, you know, in Florida, sea oats are getting sort of rare. I think everybody sort of picked them till now they don't even let you get close to them hardly. Everybody seems to want to take them home. All right, a little bit of the yellow ochre. A little yellow ochre, and we'll come back and sort of highlight a little of those. Wherever. There. Just a few of them. Okay. Shoot, no Florida scene would be complete without a little M bird in it. Everybody puts little seabirds in there. So for that, take a little paint thinner. I use a little black. A little black. And take one side through a little bit of white. We can go up in here. And shoop, shoop, there. Now we got a little M bird. That's what I call them, because they're very simple to make. It's like making little M's. Give them a friend. And maybe way back here there's a third one. Like that one got a broke wing. Somebody shot him on the way over. Now then, moment of truth. Let's take this off and see what we have. See if it worked out all right. And you remove the contact paper though. Isn't that gorgeous? And as I say, you could do this with any state that you wanted to. It doesn't have to be Florida. It just so happens, that, as I say, that I'm living in Florida right now, so I thought I would do a tribute to the state that I'm living in. But when I lived in Alaska, I used to do these with the state of Alaska. In fact, sometimes I would even cut the state of Alaska out of wood and paint little scenes from Alaska on it. We would sell them to the tourist. And as I say, we're not interested in making money. But if you are, it's one of the neatest little ways of doing some fantastic little paintings. And you can get carried away with this sometime. Get carried away. We'll take a little brown, dark sienna, Van Dyke. We'll mix them together. And you can even do such crazy things. See, because you painted all this blue, it sort of looks like water to me. So maybe in our world, you're brave, maybe, right along there. Right along there, we'll put just a happy little tree. Let's give him a little friend. Maybe his little friend is right here. There. We'll just have a couple of them little rascals. All right. Looks like a big V there for victory. I'm going to take paint thinner, a lot of paint thinner, and go into the black with the same old brush. But I want this paint to be very thin, very, very thin. And let's come up here and maybe we'll make us what looks like an old palm tree. This is very thin paint. You touch, go around like that, then you can grab it and just give it a little pull, see? And it'll make all those little doers. All right, okay, let's put in several here, wherever we think they might be. Up in here, there's some. There's another one. There's one. However, and you can just grab them and give them a little pull, but the paint has to be very thin, especially on this dry canvas. If it's not really thin, it will not do this. And you have to also be a little careful, because if it's too thin, it'll run and ruin your whole day. Drip right off the canvas. There. This is one of the simplest ways of making a little palm tree. There we are. Okay, tell you what, this other one over here is bald. We'll put some hair on him too. That reminds me, I had a letter from a lady here a while back. She told me if I was going to wear a wig, I could at least get one that matched my beard. And I sent her an answer back and told her if I'd paid for this wig, I'd taken it back to the store now and asked for a refund because all the hair is falling out of it. And that's for sure. Old age is catching up with me. There we are. Okay, maybe another one over here. But you could put a whole palm forest out here if you wanted to, just whatever. Let's take a knife, a little bit of, we'll just use a little gray and white since that's handy. I just want to put the indication here of a little highlight on this. Something like that. Don't want to overdo it. Don't want to overdo it. Okay. Firm up this side a little. But isn't that neat? Now, we could come right back in here. Let's take a little bit of the dark sienna. We got to give this thing something to sit on. We'll give it a little land right there. Something like so. We'll take a little white, a little dark sienna, mix them together. So it looks sort of like a little beach sand there. And we just let that fade right on off into nothing. And we'll take our little fan brush. It has the green on it. And we'll pop in a happy little bush or two right around his little foots. Don't want him left out. Looks like he's just sort of sitting out here in the water all by himself. We can take our liner brush, a little bit of that dark green color, and let's just pop in a few little things like so. Wherever, maybe the wind's blowing sort of a little bit in that direction. But just lift those like that. There. As I say, this is the last show of the 21st series. And it's always sad for me to have to finish a show. But we'll be back. We're already under production for the next series. We've already got some ideas started, and Annette and I are getting ready to do that. So we'll be back. As long as you'll watch us, we'll keep on making shows. Now we could take a little touch more of this and just bring the bottom of it together like that. Hope you've enjoyed this one. This is so different than anything we've done before. But it will certainly give you some ideas on how you can do some fantastic scenes yourself. Give it a try. And I'd love to see some photographs of what you're doing. Because I think if you try this, you'll absolutely fall in love with it. I've got just a minute here left. I'm going to take some of that dark green color on the fan brush, and I'm just going to highlight a few of these little palm fronds up here. Just with a little green. Just enough to make them stand out a little. There. And I think with that, we're going to call this old painting finished, and we're going to bring this series to an end. From all of us here at this station, we'd like to wish you happy painting. God bless, and I look forward to seeing you on the next series. Hi, welcome back. I'm certainly glad you could join me today, because today is a very special day. Recently, I had the opportunity to travel to New York City and work with Channel 13 there, WNET, and they have what they call Kids Day in the Park. And we were invited to come there and participate and meet all the fantastic people from New York. So I thought today we'd do a show dedicated to all my friends in New York City. So I'll tell you what, let's start out, have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. And while they're doing that, let me show you what I've done. I have a design cut out of contact paper and stuck on the canvas today. And then I've covered this area with just liquid white, and it's all wet and slick, and it's ready to go. So let's go. Start out today, 2-inch brush, a small amount of phthalo blue, just a small amount on the 2-inch brush, and just tap it in. Okay, let's go right up here. Now we'll just use our old standard crisscross strokes, just like so, and we just put in a happy little sky. Just a happy little sky. And by using the crisscross strokes, starting at the top and working downward, the color will continually blend with the liquid white, and as we work down, it'll get lighter and lighter in value. And that's exactly what we're looking for. In a landscape, we want it to get lighter and lighter toward the horizon. There. And we don't need a lot of sky in this. I'm going to put all kinds of big trees and buildings. There. The demonstration that we did was in Central Park, and it's so pretty there. It's beautiful. You can look over and see the city, and son of a gun, what a city. What a city. Now then, without cleaning the brush, I'm going to go back into a small amount of the phthalo blue and reach up here and get a little touch, let me say that again, a little touch of phthalo green. Takes very, very little. Very strong color. Little phthalo green, phthalo blue. Just mix them on the brush. And let's have a little water. I'm going to do a scene from Central Park looking toward the city. There we go. So we need a little water here. Shoot, we'll get crazy today. Just have a good time. And there. Okay. And that's about all we need. I'm going to leave a little area light here in the center, so that'll look like a sheen of light coming across the water when we're all done. Okay, let me wash the old brush. And did you know, we wash the brushes with odorless thinner. Be sure it's odorless or you'll be working alone. Shake it off. Cover everybody in the studio, and we're in business. Now very lightly here. Just want to blend this together. And we have a little sky and a little bit of water. And we're not worried about anything at this time, because anything that we don't like, we'll just cover it up. Okay, let's mix up some colors. I'm going to start with titanium white. Oh, make a couple of piles. We'll just mix a lot of color here. Take a little midnight black and add to this. Maybe a little bit more. We're looking for a gray color. Nice gray color. Something about like so. Maybe a little touch darker. Now then, I'm going to divide this into 2 different piles. Take part of it, we'll put over here. About half. Then I'll reach up here, get a little white, and I'm going to lighten this one. Just lighten it up. There. So it's several values lighter than this one. Same color, just lighter. Let me clean the knife off here. Okay. Light gray and a darker gray. Now in the other one, I'm going to take dark sienna and mix with it. And a little touch of black. So we have dark sienna, a little bit of black, and white. Same thing again though. I want a light and a dark value. So we'll take a little more sienna and black and put in this one. Once again though, it's the same color, only different values. Now then, now we can have some fun. Let's start out, I'm going to start with this light color of gray. And let's go right up here. We have to immediately make a big decision. Come right up here. Now you have to decide where our building is going to live. Now if it's going to live right along in here, touch and begin laying in some basic shapes. That's all we're going to do, is just lay in some basic shapes. We're not worried about a lot of detail at this point. There we go. We'll do a big old skyscraper here. Now this skyscraper may not look exactly like the skyscrapers in New York, but it'll give you an idea of how you can do some. In the time frame that I have here, it's very difficult to do an exact duplicate, but we'll do the best we can. Okay, now then, maybe let's come right up in here and just pull. Angles are very important when you're doing buildings. Very, very important. If you don't have those angles right, it shows like a sore thumb. Just pull it right across. Those angles are so, so important. Okay, now then, I want a shadow right there, so I'll use the darker gray color that I have. And maybe the little shadow lives right along this edge. There, like so. And we can come right on along here and put the other side of this thing on, just like that. We're not worried about the bottom. We're going to have some other things on the bottom. We just cover up whatever we don't want, so don't worry much about the bottom. Now this side of the building is in shadow, so it's much darker. There we go. But notice the angles. Those angles are what create the illusion of a building here. All right. That gives us a little basic shape. Now I'm going to go into the brown color that I had. And let's go right over in here, and maybe there's another building. Come right up here. See, there it is. We start out with just a little line, then another one. Just bring it right across. That's all there is to it. See? And every time you want to change it a little bit, there. Okay, I'm going to change to the smaller knife and get on the shadow side. Pull it like so. See there how easy that is? And this will give us just some very basic little shapes. Maybe right along here. Just a little touch that goes right through like that. And just give it a little pull. And if I remember, there was another little building right here. I'm just trying to do this basically from memory, so if I don't have them just right, don't yell at me. This is just an interpretation. There we go. Now then, there was another little building right here in front. So let's take, this is still just the brown and white I'm going to use. Get that little roll of paint on the knife, pull it out very flat, cut it off. Let's go right up in here, right here. See, just give it a pull. Cross, like so. There. Okay, and it comes right on up. Let's say to about there, wherever you want it. Wherever you want it. Now I'll take the lighter color and do the other side. There. Okay, and then we need, let's put a little top up here. This one's in front of that other one. So we need a little top. Same color over here. There we go. But angles are very important when you're doing these buildings. Very, very important. Now then, I'm just going to take the knife. I'm just going to make the indication of a few little windows here and there. I don't have time here to paint each one of them in, so I'm just going to use the tip of the knife and just scrape in some little indications. Now when you're doing yours, maybe you'd like to come back and put a light on some of these windows here and there. There we go. See there? Just pop them right out. There. Okay, a little bit over in here. As I say, our day in Central Park was one of the most fantastic days of my life. In fact, maybe we could share a little bit of that with you. We took a video camera with us, and we took a few pictures while we were there. And this was our day in Central Park. Annette and I and Joni, her daughter, who's the publisher of our newsletter, went with us, and shoot, we had a fantastic time there. We met some of the most beautiful people in the world. People brought paintings to show us, young to old. There's Annette and her daughter, Joan. There. And we did a couple of paintings, and we got to talk with people, and it was one of the most fantastic days of my life. And if we get back there, I hope you come and see us and spend the day with us. I'm still just putting in windows while you're watching that. There we go. Look at there, there's Dana. He's one of our instructors on the national staff. He went with us and painted. This Dana Jester, he's quite a character too. Okay, I'm just putting in a few little window indications. Something like so. Now then, that gives you a very basic idea of how to do some little buildings. And you can put a lot more detail in them when you do them at home. Okay, now then, tell you what, let me clean off my palette and get a place to work here. Let's have some fun. We'll take some black, a little Prussian blue, a little bit of that phthalo green in there. What the heck? A little crimson. You can throw some Van Dyke, it doesn't matter, as long as it's good and dark. Okay, let me clean my knife off here. We'll use the old round brush today. Let's go right in here, tap in a little bit of color. And let's just make a big decision. Maybe right along in here lives a happy little tree. We don't know, somewhere along in here. Okay, all we're doing right now is just throwing in some dark color. Shoot, I should scrape in a few little windows in this building too. Almost forgot him. Don't want him left out. People in here couldn't see. There. Okay, now then, come right along here. If this is going to be water, tell you what, let's grab the base of this, pull it straight down, and create the illusion of a reflection there. That easy. There we are. Very lightly go across, and we have instant reflections. And let me see here, I've got a couple of old round brushes going. So let's tap this one into a little bit of yellow. Be right back. I'm going to reach up here, get a little sap green. There. Nice green color. And just tap this. Just want to load a little paint in it. A little yellow ochre, a little Indian yellow here and there. Okay, let's go up here. Now maybe there's some nice highlights right out here on these. All kinds of little things happening. Wherever you want them. Wherever you want them. Okay, like so. Like so. There. Now this particular little contact paper cutout that I have today is designed for all my friends in New York. But if you don't live in New York and you would like to do this, shoot, you can take and cut all types of designs out of contact paper and just make beautiful things. I live in Florida most of the time now, and you can take and cut a map of Florida out of contact paper and put it on there and paint a nice Florida scene. And when you peel it off, whew, it's beautiful, beautiful. And I know we're not interested in selling paintings, but if you should be, those kind of things sell like crazy. I'll use a little brown right here, a little Van Dyke brown. Just put a little dirt under there. I don't want much. This is too far away. Scratch in a few little sticks and twigs and just happy things going on. Okay, we can take a fan brush, a little bit of that same color, yellow ochre, green, Indian yellow, bright red, and touch, just a touch. Okay, now we can go up here, give it a little upward push, put some little grassy things growing right down here like that. And then a little touch of the liquid white, a little dark sienna in it, just to dull it down. And we cut across, okay? Now we can go up here, put the indication of a happy little water line. There it is. All right. Now then, I'd like to put a little bridge right here. You're looking out over the bridge and you can see way back in there. So let's just use a little bit of black and Van Dyke brown, a little dark sienna. We'll just mix them together. We don't care. This is your bravery test in this particular painting. Take a small roll of paint right out on the edge of the knife there. Okay, maybe our bridge lives. Here it goes. Right there. Right there. Just be brave. Drop it in. Drop it in. Okay, and this is, if I remember, this bridge had a nice curve in it. Like that. Just like that. Look at there. Okay, and this side. There. Now then. That gives us a basic shape for our bridge. The other thing that's so neat here, maybe it was reflected right into the water. So we just take and pull a little bit of that paint. We're just looking for a very basic little shape under here. Just really push that in. Now normally, when we're doing reflections, we pull straight down. This time, let's just very gently go back and forth. Just want to distort it a little bit. And then go across. And when we're all done, that'll give us an indication of a nice reflection of that little bridge into the water. Now then, we have to make some big decisions here. Part of this, you're going to see a little bit of the base underneath part. So the least little touch of light color here, just the least little touch. Don't want to overdo. A little light shines through there. Now then, bring this right around. And we can make out just the indication. Maybe there's all kinds of little stones that made this up. But I want it to stay quite dark. So I'm just touching. Just touch. Let the paint pull off what it wants. There we go. See? Just touch. It'll take off what it wants. Gives you back what's left. As I mentioned some of the other series, it's just like the tax man. Boy, he takes off what he wants, gives you back what's left. Only trouble, there's never much left. There. Maybe there's a little rail right up here. We take a little bit lighter brown and just drop that on. Just to give an indication of a little rail, little lip that lives right in there. Isn't that easy? We have the indication of an old bridge there. And the particular place where I was at, there were some nice trees. And they lived right here, some bushes. Shoot, they came, oops, don't want to cover up my whole building there. They came right along here. Big tree lived here. And he watched the park and everything that was going on. There. Beautiful big tree. And all we're doing here is just dropping in a very basic shape. There. Okay. And with this old round brush, you just tap it in. Don't worry about it. Just tap it. Wherever you want it. Reflect a little bit of it down into the water. Now then, let's go over to the other side. Over here, some big bushes and trees over here too. Shoot, maybe they come all the way out right over the front of the building a little bit. There. Just sort of look around and make some big decisions and decide where you want all these things and drop them in. We on up here. Big, beautiful tree. You know, you're so shocked when you go to New York and see all the skyscrapers and everything, and then you find some place like Central Park, and it's almost like you were back with nature again. We really enjoyed our day there. Really enjoyed it, and I've never met so many fantastic people in my life. The park police told us that nearly 250,000 people came that day. Okay, now then, I want some reflections, so just make that decision and pull it down. Just pull it down and go gently across in instant reflections. There. Okay, over here, maybe a little reflection, pull it across. Straight down and across. Now then, I'm going to use the old liner brush with a little paint thinner on it. And we'll find us some Van Dyke brown, a little bit of white, paint thinner. Thin this down very thin, almost like ink. Very thin. Turn the brush, get a lot of paint on it. And maybe there's a tree trunk. Lives right there. Right there, wherever you want it. There he is. And he's got some big arms that come out here. Now, if you have trouble making your paint flow, all you need to do is add a little bit more of the paint thinner. Because the thin paint will flow right over this thick paint. Very easy. Very, very easy. Okay, I'm going to take a little touch of the liquid white, go right into. I'm going to thin this paint a little. That's all the liquid white does is thin this. Right into the yellows, be right back, get a little more of the sap green. beautiful. A little yellow ochre. Just mix them all together. Let's go right up here. Now the light's playing right through here. Think about shape and form when you're doing these trees. There's another one. See, there's clumps or big bunches in there. There's a limb right there that holds up that whole big one section. Think about it. Make friends with it. There we are. But there's all those little individual things in there. Make friends with each one. And then your tree will just jump alive. It has character. It's not just a dead old flat thing out there. It has roundness both this way and this way. And that's what makes your tree interesting. Go into a little Indian yellow, a little tiny touch of the bright red. Ooh, nice one, nice one, nice one. That one stands out very pretty against that bridge. There we are. See there? Just layer after layer. Maybe there's a nice bush that lives here. Wherever you want him. Wherever you want him. It's up to you. Here's another little one. There. Now then, we need some land. So I take a little Van Dyke brown. Let's go right up here. Need a little bit of land for that to hang on to. Okay. A little touch of dark sienna and white. Make us a little highlight on top. There we are. Now, we'll take a 2-inch brush, just tap a little color into it. And with that, we can put in just a soft little area here. A lot of beautiful grassy areas in Central Park. A lot of people come out and enjoy nature and spend some time. Shoot, there's little squirrels and stuff everywhere there too. A little bit of waterline, just liquid white. Okay, now then, on the other side, I want the other side over here to be more in shadow if the light's coming from that way. So we're going to darken that color a great deal. Very dark green, but still on the round brush, but very dark. I just want the indication of a little highlight on these ones out here. Not very much though, don't overdo. Keep this one very dark. Very dark. So there's a contrast, so you know the light's coming zing through there. Gotta make those little noises. You don't have to be crazy to be a painter, but it certainly helps. There. And even if you can't see those very well, they are in there. There are little things in there. Okay, we'll take a little of the brown, liquid white mixture. Not much, and just put in the indication of a little water line right there. Now I'm going to get a 1-inch brush, just plain old 1-inch brush. We'll take a little black, Prussian blue, phthalo green, brown, it doesn't matter, dark colors. There was a little walkway here where I was standing, so let's put in, there's some beautiful little grassy things that live right out here. There they are, like so. We just drop those in. I'll take some Van Dyke brown, a little dark sienna, put in some dirt. There we go. Little white and dark sienna. And just barely touch. Just highlight that. Just enough to let it graze it. Okay, another 1-inch brush. I have several of them going. We'll take a little yellow and green, just mix it together. We'll put a little highlight on these. Right out here, see? Look how that shows up. It's just beautiful little bushes right out here. And they grow right back in here. This was a little walk, as I say, and there was like a little rail. Let's do that. I think I have enough time to do that. Just come across. Like so. A little black. Put that down. Got to make those little noises. A little bit of highlight colors, just brown and white. And come across, so it looks like there's a little rail right there, or a little ledge. There we go. Isn't that nice? Okay, take some paint thinner on the liner brush, go into a little bit of the green. Just put the indication here and there of a few little things that are sticking out. Just having a good time. Shoot, I think we're about ready. Now then, Annette cut this beautiful design out for me, so let's pull it off and let's see what happens here. There we are. Isn't that fantastic? And you can do this too. So I'll take a little paint thinner, go right into my red, and we'll sign this, but I'm going to call it finished. We'll sign it right out here in the bushes. But once again, I hope all my friends in New York enjoy this, and that for people who live other places, try cutting out all kinds of designs, and you will not believe what you can make. I really hope you've enjoyed this. From all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad to see you today. Today is the last show of the 30th series, so I thought today we'd do something that's just a lot of fun. Let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you'll need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I got up here today. I have my standard old canvas up here today, but I've taken a little bit of black gesso and a natural sponge. I use a natural sponge because it has more design to it than a man-made sponge. And I've just taken and tapped black gesso on the bottom part like so. We've allowed that to dry completely. Then I went back and covered the entire canvas with liquid clear. On top of the clear, on the bottom part only on the bottom, the dark part, I've covered that with a very thin mixture of sap green, Prussian blue, and a little Van Dyke brown. And we just put a thin coat of that over the dark area. Other than that, we're ready to go. Let's start with a little 2-inch brush today and go right into a small amount of the phthalo blue. I like phthalo blue. It is a very warm, nice blue. Okay, let's go up in here. Maybe in our world here, let's just dance in the indication of a little sky here. We don't care. We just sort of dance it in, let it go. Something about like that. Wherever. But I'm using little X's, little crisscross strokes. Something about like that. And that's all we're looking for. And I've intentionally left some light areas in here. Just leave them in. Don't just make your sky one old dead color. Shoot, let it have some action in it. But you can always go back, pick up a little titanium white, as I just did, and just paint these in if you want to. But I like to have some little light areas in the sky. Makes it a little more interesting. There we are. Something about like that. And that's really all I'm looking for today. And that's going to be our sky. All right. Go across just to take out the little brush strokes, bring everything together. Shoot, we're in business. And that easy. We have a little sky. Let's take, I'm going to use a little Prussian blue, some sap green, maybe even a little black in it, some brown to dull it. Now, we'll take a little white and put it in there and we'll find out what color we have. Too bright. Put a little more brown in it. We just use brown to sort of dull it. Maybe even a little dark sienna. That's what I'm looking for. Just sort of play around till you find a color that you like. There. Now, I just use that same old brush. It's working pretty good. Tap a little color into it. Like this. Maybe in our world, maybe there's a big mountain lives right here. There. It just comes right down. I don't know, wherever it wants to go. But little trees and things are growing on this mountain. Maybe it comes down right over in here too. You decide. There. Just make a decision, drop it in. Just drop it in. Now I've got several brushes going, so I don't have to spend all my time just washing brushes. I'm going to take a clean, dry 2-inch brush and tap the base of that severely. Really getting in there and tapping it. I want to create the illusion of mist. Right there. See how misty that looks already? Looks like little trees growing right up the side of the hill. All right. Now, going back to the same brush, same color. Same old color. And maybe we'll put another little duder right there. You can have as many or as few as you want in your world. just drop them in. But once again, get the clean brush. And I want to create that illusion of mist down at the base of this too. Now already, you see how that mist separates? That's your separator. That's what keeps them apart. You need that little area in there. It becomes a very good friend. You can even tap a little titanium white on your brush if you want to increase that, and just tap it and it look like little mist that's just floating around down. And nice. I get excited. I've probably painted 20 or 30,000 paintings in my life, and I still get excited when I see it work. And it does work. It does work. All right, clean off a little spot to work. Let's see, maybe today, let's get crazy. Prussian blue, midnight black, some brown, some crimson, and there's some sap green. Most of your dark colors, all your dark colors, it doesn't matter. There. Okay, wipe off the knife. Let's grab, we'll use number 3 fan brush. Just mix some color on the brush. Load both sides full of color, something about like that. Maybe in our world, back in here, lives a little tree. Right there. See? There he is. These little trees live right in your fan brush. Just sort of shake them out. There. Start with just the corner of the brush. Don't go straight in though. I'll show you one more time. Give another one right there. Turn the brush way around and use just the corner. And basically we're using that same corner all the way down the tree. We're just applying more pressure to bend it. Get tough with it. And you can just go back, scrape in indication of some little trunks. And you can turn a few trees into a lot of trees just by doing that. And maybe touch right there and lift up. Just want to lift up. I know that's hard to see, but we'll see it in a second. Looks like little things that are happening way up in there. Now, I'll just take that same brush, wipe off the excess, and I'll go right into the cad yellow. The color that's on there mixed with yellow will make a gorgeous green color. We just load both sides like that. And we can come back, put a few highlights on our little trees, and that way they'll stand out more. There they come. There. And maybe in here, just give it a little upward push. Look like little grassy areas that are growing around the foots of this tree. Something like so. Let's have some fun today. Shoot, let's get crazy already. I'll take some black, some brown mixed together. I'll be right back. I'm going over here and get some paint thinner in this. I want to make this very thin. So I'm just adding paint thinner. Just dipping into my washer bucket there. Put a little paint thinner on the palette. It's black and brown's all it is. Okay, now I'm going to take some white, a little bit of white, brown, a little black, making the same color, only lighter, and I will also thin it down with paint thinner. So we have 2 piles of thin paint, dark and light, something like that. Now then, let's take the filbert brush. Make sure it's clean. I like to paint some rocks, so let's do it by going through the dark, both sides. Then I'll take one side only through the light. See? So I have light on one side, dark on the other. And up in here, yep. Now here comes see, there lives a whole bunch of little happy rocks right up here. That easy. That easy. You can put rocks wherever you want them, and you can do it in a single stroke. Ready to get crazy? I'm going to take a little bit of liquid clear and go into titanium white. I want to thin the color. Get a little phthalo blue on there too. But this color is thinner. I put liquid clear with it. And it's time to have some fun. We go on to do, maybe there's a little bit of water. It's just running along right here underneath that. Just having a good time. It's a wonderful day. Just flowing along, singing a little song. And then all of a sudden, somebody pulled the stopper out. Oh my gosh. Water just fell down. There, see? That easy though. You can create the illusion of a beautiful little waterfall. Isn't that fantastic? There. Now, let's take our little, I'm going to use the little blender brush. It's very soft. It will create the illusion of some mist down at the base of this. Little blender brush, I'm tapping into a little touch of titanium white. Very soft though, very gentle brush. It'll just create that misty illusion that easy. Very soft. Now, let's go back to, we'll just use a little filbert. Same thing, I'm gonna put dark and light on it. And we need something here. We need to contain this water so it doesn't get away. So we'll just start here and just decide, maybe there's a big old rock that lives there. Like that, and we'll let it disappear right down into the mist. There, see, that easy. And in our world, maybe, yeah, big old rock lives right there. He's got the best view of all. And we'll have something over here just to contain it. You just need something to contain your water so it doesn't get away. All right, maybe. You just put these old rocks and stones wherever you think they should live. A little dark color right in there. Then you turn the brush over and just put a little highlight on it. Don't need a lot. Do not need a lot. Something about like that. Okay, let me find, we'll use a fan brush. We have some dark color mixed up here. Load the brush full of the dark color. And it's time to really get crazy here and have some fun. Let's go up here and make some big decisions in our world. You ready? This is your bravery test already. Right there. Big tree, goes all the way off the canvas. We use the dark first, just so we have something to put our light on. It's the only reason it's there. There we go. Just make a basic tree shape here. Big tree. Whew. He lives right here next to the waterfall. What a view. He would have it made. I'm gonna add a little paint thinner on my brush just to make this flow over this other paint a little easier and put one right in there too. Maybe we'll have a whole forest today. There, see, here he comes. Big old tree lives there. And maybe we can see a little one that's hiding back in there somewhere. Just a little quiet tree. He didn't get much attention. There's one. There's one. Now down here where the black gesso is, and we have color on top of the black gesso, it doesn't much matter. The gesso does the work for us. It really, this black gesso is great. It makes painting so much easier when you're doing areas that have a lot of dark in them. I don't know why somebody didn't come up with that years ago. It's logical. Alrighty. I want one more tree. I like a lot of trees. He lives right there. Okay. See, but once again, you don't have to mess with the bottom at all. You don't even know. And if you do, don't tell nobody. Shh, secret. Maybe here's one here. Now, see all this stuff here with the black gesso? I'm going to leave some of that showing through. It'll look like background material, trees and bushes that are growing far away, and you did basically nothing. And it'll drive people crazy trying to figure out how you got all that detail in your painting. Shh, it's our secret. Don't tell them. There, just paint them a painting and give to them. That's better. There we are. You know, that's one thing I hear every day from people all over the country, is that these paintings make some of the most fantastic gifts, and that friends and relatives appreciate them so much more than something they went out and just bought and handed them. This is something that you created with your own hand, that came out of your imagination. It's special. It is special that you care enough about someone to do a painting for them. And it may be about as close to immortality as any of us are going to ever come. Because we know that paintings last, if you take care of them, shoot, they can last hundreds of years. I'm going to tell you what, I'll go back to the same brush. Put some highlights on them rascals. Just use that same color. We're going to the yellow ochre, cad yellow. Make a nice green color. Let's go up in here. Now we can come back and we can begin highlighting some of these rascals. Then they'll stand out a little better. You have to make big decisions though. Where do they live? I want it to go right down here and disappear in the mist. Disappearing tree. Here it comes, there's one. You decide. You decide where they are. See? Disappear, disappear. Darker, darker, darker down in here. Darker, darker. This little tree over here, don't want him left out. Something like so. This one here. Just let it go. And don't want this one to feel neglected. So we'll put something on him too. Darker, darker, darker as it works its way down. And we'll go over to the other side and put a few over here. There. We don't want any jealousy between trees. So we'll take care of all these little rascals. Take care of them all. My little squirrel would like to live out here with all these trees. There we go. Hope you've enjoyed in this series seeing all of our little animals. We've shown Peapod Jr. several times. We even had a little flying squirrel. Had one bird. There. I really do like these little animals. They're so special to me. And I hope you enjoy sharing them with me. There. See down here, we just sort of let it go. Maybe we can't even determine which tree belongs to which. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. There. All right. Now then, let's get crazy. Back to my little blender brush. I want to create the illusion that this waterfall is crashing over here and it's making a lot of mist and it's floating up, way up here in amongst all these trees. Now this brush is soft enough that you can literally paint right over the top of paint without destroying or mixing. That's why we came out with a little blender brush. It really does work great. Look at there. Just sort of lay that mist right in between those. I get excited when I see this. I used to work myself to death to try to create effects like this. And now they're so easy. So easy. There. I think this style of painting has opened painting to every person who's ever wanted to put a dream on canvas. Because everybody can do this. You don't have to go to school half your life to paint like this. You can do it. All you got to do is practice a little and just believe in yourself. I know you can do it. If I know, you certainly do. But look at that mist. See it just sort of blowing up there between the trees? Hey, I like that. I do like that. Now, let me find my little fan brush. It's got the liquid clear, a little phthalo blue and white on it. And maybe back out here through the mist, just some little water sneaking back out. There it comes. There it comes. It's just wandering around. Now, there ought to be a rock there. Let's do it. Take some Van Dyke Brown, Midnight Black. A little dark sienna in it. Yeah, there he is. I know it's hard to see, but I'll put some highlight on him, make him stand out a little better. A little brown and white. And here we go. Just a little highlight on that rascal. There, see? Just enough to make him stand out. Don't want it to get too bright. I want this to be pretty dark down in here. But we know there's a happy little rock down there. All right. Something about like that. As I mentioned at the beginning of this show, this is the last show of the 30th Joy of Painting series. It's almost unbelievable to me that in the past 10 years we've done basically 400 Joy of Painting shows. And it has become the most popular art show in the history of television. And it's your fault. It is absolutely your fault. You have invited us into your homes. You made us feel like part of your family. And I appreciate that more than you'll ever know. So in case we don't have time, I'd like to say thank you. Thank you very much for sharing the joy of painting with all of us here. There we are. We're just making a little water that just, maybe it'll wander off over here. About like that. I really like these little waterfall things. Because you can make rocks under the water. You can just make as many as you want. Have them go anywhere that you want them to go. Up to you. Up to you. On this piece of canvas, you can literally do anything that you want to do. Take some black, Van Dyke brown. I want to have a cliff. Big old rock lives right here. Big old rock. Big rock. There he is. There he is. Something about like so. Least little touch of the brown and white. Just enough that you can see it a little bit. Don't overdo. Just a little bit on the edge. Now we'll use some of that nice dark color that we had just to cover up some of this mist. I'm gonna have a little, maybe there's a little bush lives up here, tree. It's getting bigger. My bush became a tree. Yeah, bushes do that sometimes. They just keep growing until they become trees, and that's okay. It's okay. Let's take a little bit of that same color, a little of the yellows. Just mix them together, like so. Give a little tap, a little push, get a little ridge of paint lives out here on the paintbrush. You could do this with a 1-inch brush or with a 2-inch brush, it's up to you. There. Thought today we'd just use the 2-inch because that's what we got going, so we'll just keep using it. There we go. Just load a little more color on there. Now if you have trouble making this stick, add a little tiny bit of paint thinner, a small amount of paint thinner to your brush, and then go through the paint. The paint thinner will thin your brush, or thin your paint. Oh, the old age is setting in here. It'll thin the paint just enough that it'll go right on top of there without any problem. There we are. All kinds of little grassy things that live in there. Maybe it comes right on down in here. Wherever. There we go. See? But you can just make layer after layer after layer of these. Many or as few as you desire in your world. All right. Something about like that. Okay, now just sort of let that wander off into nowhere. We don't care. Just don't care. Here's a few that hang over the edge. Because they don't just grow on the top. Some of them hang over, big old mossy things. They hang over there and have a good time. Going back to my little filbert brush, dark on one side, light on the other. But try that. This works great. See, dark, go through the light. Now you have light on one side, there you can see it good, and dark on the other. It's one of the neatest ways I've ever come up with of making a lot of little stones. Very easy. You just put them wherever you want them. And in one stroke, you can make both sides of the stone. Maybe there's one that lives out here in the water. Jumped in when he was just a little one. When he was just a little guy. Maybe his mother wasn't watching him. He jumped in the water and he's lived there ever since. A few little splashes right around the bottom here. Got to cover up his foot so he won't look right. See, just have the water work right around that little rascal. Now it sets in the water, and the water's going. This is a super place to come and fish for trout. I know there's one that lives right in here. Big old trout. There. Another little watery fall there. You can get carried away making these things and just get a little bit crazy. But that's okay. In your world, you make as many or as few as you want. Once again, it's a very individual thing. A little more of the green on the brush. But notice that little ridge. I keep pointing it out. Give a little push, and that'll load the paint right on there for you in the right way. And then you can go up here, use just the corner of the brush. Tap in some little bushies that live right there at his foots. Shoot. I think we're about finished. I'll find my little script liner brush, and I think I'll sign this painting. I really hope you've enjoyed this painting and this entire series with us. We look forward to seeing you again in the very near future. And once again, if you have a minute, let the station know that you like this program. And maybe we'll be with you for many, many more years. Until next time, on behalf of all the personnel here, my partners Walt and Lynette Kowalski, I'd like to wish you happy painting. God bless, my friend. Hello, glad to see you again. Thought today we'd do a picture that's right straight out of Alaska. We'll do one of Mount McKinley, the most almighty mountain in the North American continent. And we'll start off today, and we'll use just a little bit of Prussian blue, maybe a touch of phthalo green mixed with it here. And let's dance in some basic shapes here. I've already put the magic white on the canvas to save a little time. So we're just literally mixing color right here on the canvas. Just let this brush dance and play and have fun. And all we're looking for is general basic cloud shapes here. We're really not trying to put anything in. Just let it happen. Just move the brush, keep it moving, working, playing, having fun. There we go. Isn't that something? There we are. Put a nice little cloud shape right there. What the heck? Okay. Keep the brush moving. Don't let it stop. And sometimes brush is lazy. You have to really push it a little or it'll quit on you. Make it keep moving. Okay, now we'll take the almighty brush here and we're going to swirl this. We're going to pull the color, move it, pull it. There we go. Try to avoid a pattern. We want this to go everywhere. We're looking for a sky here that has life in it, has movement in it. We don't want a sky that looks like at night you pull the curtain down and everything went black on you. So I want to keep this moving. There. And already you're beginning to see all the little things happening up here. Every which direction. Every way. There we go. Now you can blend this too much and take it all out. We don't want to take it out. We just want to mix it up. Stir it up. Okay, while we got some paint on the brush here, we'll add a little more Prussian blue and phthalo green. And we'll put us in some water. We pull from the outside in. And leave a little area open here. That will create the little sheen of light that plays across the water. You could go back with white paint and put it back in, but you've already covered the canvas with magic white, so why not use it? This is a lazy man's way of painting. You let the paint work, you let the brushes work. Use what happens naturally, don't fight it. Clean the old brush off and let's get out an almighty fan brush here and let's build some happy little clouds up here. I'm going to take titanium white with the least little touch of permanent red in it and load the brush full of paint. Just really load it up. Now we'll start working on some basic cloud shapes here and we'll dance in all these little areas and let them just play in the sky. Keep the brush moving. Keep it moving. You want areas that are thick, areas that are thin. Let all these little things happen. Okay. And we'll take the big brush here and gently, gently blend this together. Very lightly. And fluff it up a little and hypnotize it. And right there you've got an almighty cloud. Just that quick. But they're very easily killed. Clouds are delicate. Don't overwork it. Put it in, leave it alone. Okay, maybe we'll have another one here. We'll layer these clouds some. Okay. And nature is so beautiful. Just let it go. Have fun with it. Very, very easy to work these to death. Blend this in. And you work in layers here. You do the thing as the father's to way first, have him finished, and then work forward. as that one. Blend this one a little bit. Okay. A little bit more red here. There we go. Don't want to set these clouds on fire now. All we want to do is have a slight warmish glow to them, like the sun's playing along the top. There we go. Yes, we better not forget this side of the sky. We'll put a little something over here. There's some nice little clouds playing around in the sky. Okay, we'll mix these up a little bit. Okay, maybe a little streaky one right here. Got baby clouds too. If you didn't have baby clouds, you wouldn't have big clouds. There. And we can work on this one a little touch. Okay. There, looks like a nice place. And we're really pushing this paint into the canvas. You're working that value right into the canvas. Just let it play. Don't kill all the dark areas. You can end up with great big cotton balls in the sky if you're not careful. Guess I'd be considered a UFO, big cotton ball in the sky. There. Fluff that up. And work that paint. And look at there. In just a couple of minutes, you have a sky that has so much action happening in it. There we go. Okay. If you do this in your living room, you can redecorate your living room in a matter of minutes, so be very careful. Learn to control it. Have you a box you can shake your brush in, and that way you don't have to worry about covering everything. Okay, let's take a little bit of brown and blue, a little touch of alizarin crimson, and some white. There we go. And don't mix your paint dead. Mix it marbly and leave it alone. Okay, now let's do, since we're going to do McKinley today, let's do the basic shape here. McKinley comes down like so, has another peak running right off through here. Make that just a little more rounded. There. And we let this side drop right down and over. All you're looking for here is the basic outline, the basic shape of this mountain. You're not worried at all what happens in here. Okay. Take the big brush and we'll pull that down. This takes off the excess paint and makes the next layer stick better. And also when you're doing mountains, if you can see the entire mountain, the top of the mountain is always more distinct than the bottom. At the bottom of the mountain we have mist, and now we have pollution. We have a multitude of things that break up and diffuse light. And we'll put some snow on that almighty mountain. Pull that paint out real flat. Just pull it out and get us a little roll of paint. And we'll just lay this on and let it travel right on down. And you want the paint to break like this to make all the little things that happen in there. The little shadows, light and dark areas. Okay. And there's a little bump. It comes out right there. And works his way down. And over here, let this drop just like so. There we go. Now for the shadow color, we'll use a little Prussian blue and white. And once again, don't mix it dead. You want it to be sort of marbledy. Okay, now we'll start with the shadows. We just lay these in here. We want to bring these two areas here together. So we just sort of work it back and forth and let it come. There you go. Let it just come together. And maybe this shadow comes right down through here. Every highlight needs its own private shadow. Put a little shadow right there. And see how that protrudes that up? Makes it just jump right out at you. Little ridges here and there. All kind of little things happening in this mountain. And we need a shadow back here behind this almighty peak. There it is. Just let him go. Okay, and we want a peak that comes right up through here and just begins working its way back down. There. It's a nice ridge coming through here. And we can bring these together. A few little shadows in here, just here and there. Okay. And as we said, we want this to be more distinct at the top than the bottom, so we're going to diffuse the bottom of it, and only the bottom. And here we're just tapping the canvas. We're trying not to destroy, only diffuse. And this is where you really depend on a firm paint. If you have a loose, oily, thin paint, you become a mud mixer here. So when you try this at home, if you find that you're making a lot of mud, check your paint. It should be very, very firm. Squeeze that tube. It should stand up maybe about 3/4 of an inch above the tube. Then you have a nice firm paint. Okay, I'm going to make the same color and make it darker. Blue-brown, a little alizarin added to it, because I want this mountain to be in front. This is a beautiful study of how to make one mountain look very, very big. We'll put some little smaller mountains here in the foreground. Okay, another little peak here. And we'll take the big brush and pull that out. Son of a gun. Just comes right out. That's the beauty of painting wet on wet. You can move paint on the canvas. And we'll put some little happy little snow here. Just let that run. There we go. Okay. Our light is still coming from the same direction here, so don't let that fool you. Okay. Now we can work in some shadows here. Let's push that one into the background. Just come right on through, and that'll push him back. Scary to have this much power that you can move mountains. Okay, this there. We can swing this around and bring these two right together. Just make a nice little ridge out of that. Okay, now we've got an almighty mountain. I'm going to take a little of the blue-brown, alizarin crimson, add a little touch of sap green to it. Looking for a dark color here, very dark. And we'll load up this 1-inch brush and we'll push in some little dark areas here. This will be our little trees that are way back in the distance. Bushes and trees and all the little things happening back here. There we go. Now with the big brush, we can pull a little bit of this color down. And this will be the beginning of our reflections. Okay, and we'll just give it a little bit of ripple to make it look watery. Okay, let's put some highlights on here. I'm going to use a little bit of magic white mixed with some cad yellow. A little touch of permanent red. And we'll just sort of go back and forth, make a nice orangey color here. Bright color. There we go. All these nice little bushes happening back here. And then we'll reflect some of that right down into the water here. There we go. Now with a big brush and the most delicate touch possible. Just enough to pull the paint a little bit. We'll pull that down and just give it a watery effect. Don't want to destroy it. Okay. Now, let's mix up a lot of dark here. Blue, brown, alizarin, and a little bit of sap green. Should look black to you. And we'll load the brush full of paint. Load it full. A lot of paint. And let's make some little evergreen trees that are growing way back here in the distance. Let's firm that one up a little bit. Needs to be a little stronger. There we go. Maybe he's got a friend that lives right over here. Just drop him in. Okay, maybe they get a little bigger as it comes around the curve. Maybe a little baby one back here. Okay, put a little bush in front of him. Okay, take a little touch of magic white, a little bit of brown, and a little touch of yellow, just to make a nice sandy looking color. And we'll lay in a little water line back here. There we go. And we'll cut in a few little trunks and sticks here and there. Okay. Maybe we need another tree right here. Trees are getting closer, so they're getting a little bigger. They look bigger to you. This is the way we push everything back. Work with perspective here. Okay, let's move it to the other side of the picture while we got a brush full of paint here, and we'll put an almighty tree right here. These trees live in your brush. You have to scare them out sometime. Really work at them. Little son of a guns will try to avoid you. And they're like everything else. The first time you try them, they're gonna drive you up the wall. But you practice it. If there's a secret to this, it is practice. You learn how to make the brush work, how to touch the canvas with it, and then it's just a matter of practicing. First time you tied your shoe, it wasn't easy. You had to look at it and work at it. The next thing you know, you're not paying any attention. You get your shoe tied. Same thing. Okay. Maybe we'll make another little projection coming right out through here. There we go. Put a reflection in here. And we'll pull that down. Okay, lay in some more of these pretty colors back here. It's a nice little bush right there. There's one. And right down here we'll reflect some of these. Okay, delicate touch again. Very, very light. Just enough to move it a little bit on the wet canvas. And we'll put some land out here so these bushes have a place to sit. Don't want them to fall off in the river here. So we'll give him something to sit on here. And we can take a clean brush and just lift that gently. This is a very thin paint now. It's mostly magic white. So you can move that without destroying what's underneath it. And here we'll use a little bit of just straight magic white. And we'll put us a happy little water line in here. There. Okay. Now then, you can put some more little bushes right in here, like so. And we'll drop some reflections into the water. And we'll pull those down. And anybody can do this. This is not some big secret thing. Anybody can do it. We teach people from the age of 10 all the way up 80 and 90 years old. And young people really like this. They learn it very easily, very quickly, and they see results very quickly. I have a son that's a young man right now, and he's been painting since he was about 12 years old. Been selling his work. So it's not just for the older person. It will also work very well for the young person. The only trouble, like my son, he's quite lazy. He'll only paint if he needs money. If he needs money, he'll paint. But it is a nice way to put a happy buck in your pocket. And to make good things happen in your heart. Okay, we'll just have this come right on down through here. Fill that in. Okay, now we can start highlighting some of these things. We'll take a little bit of blue and yellow mixed together. Make a very nice little green color here. And we'll just drop some highlights on this tree. Remember where your light's coming from. Light's coming from the right. So you want the right-hand side of this tree to be a little more distinct and bright than the left side. And if you're right-handed, you'll probably find it's easier to have the light coming from the right. If you're left-handed, it will sort of vary from person to person. Okay. Let's put some little highlights over here on these little trees. The sun wouldn't forget that. There we go. There we are. Now, a little more magic white. Thin that down just a touch. And we can start finding all these beautiful little trees and bushes that are living in here. Very important that you don't kill all this dark area. If you kill all the dark, your picture's going to be very flat. Well, we might as well just reflect it right into the water there. Okay, there we go. A little bit right in here. And we'll reflect that right on down. A little touch of red over the top. Okay, there's another nice tree. I see him. Little rascals live in your brush. You guys got to push them out. And let's put a touch more of the magic here. There, nice ochre color. All these pretty little bushes, just let them flow off your brush. And some little grassy areas coming down through here. Let's turn that into a nice reflection. Just like so. Okay, now, let's give him a little bit of dirt. There we go. This is straight Van Dyke brown. And onto that, we'll take a little brown and white and give him just a little touch of highlight. Make him look like little stones and rocks playing through here. Okay. Let's put a few little sticks here and there. Here we're just cutting through the paint using the point of the knife. But it shows distance. It shows all these different planes. Okay. We'll put just a little bit of magic white under here. Give us a little water line. There we go. And a few little sticks over here. Okay, but you see what you can do in just a few minutes with an almighty brush and an almighty knife and a beautiful painting in your heart. All you have to do is let it out. A few more sticks. There we go. I think we'll call that finished. And I want to thank you very, very much for watching us. I hope to see you again in the near future. Until then, happy painting. Thank you.